So I kind of like a bit off. Well, I can chew it. It's a lot to chew. A lot more than I thought. Like, an annoying amount more. So like the time scheduler. This is so annoying. Time scheduler or whatever. There's also like sequence scheduler or like ordering. And goddamn. Oh my god. So it's like a second or whatever time samples per second here. So like it runs whatever. Does whatever for its like time sample. But this little distance in here. All of them. That little distance is its own freaking layer. I did not realize this right away until now, and I'm like, oh fuck. So like each of these little gaps where the code executes, they're more like this. They're like this. They're like this. You gotta rotate it. Because what's inside of it is the ordering of the things to run. Not only that, but then the ordering of those things. So there might be something here, and then here, and here, maybe here. And I gotta like make sure these things collapse like this. Like this, whatever. So when it runs, it won't have to waste time on these points between the points. And then on top of it, there's more things. So like this is just one row. So like if there's more things, there's like two in this one. Or whatever. So these things like stack up. Like this. And sometimes there has to be a bubble. If for whatever reason it can't be ordered so that these can be processed before this row. So like this time scheduler thing. Damn it. This is so complicated. Fuck. So I'm like, I like think about and let these things marinate as I think about them. Because whatever I decide to do, I'm stuck with it. I don't want to like waste time setting something up if I have to like change it. So like yesterday in assembly, I made some like really, really bad assembly. My goal is kind of like to make bad assembly, but that was not good assembly. It's like a loop. I gotta find it. Alright, so yesterday I made this terrible loop where I do one load here, whatever, and then I want to like, I guess like I don't know, yin yang or whatever, something that, or algebra, anything done can be undone, or do a process and then undo it, or stack and unstack. So I want to like get the operations needed to like set it up and then unset it, but set it for the next one. It wasn't necessarily just getting it to like fetch the next fetch. So this is terrible. And then I don't know, I broke it down, whatever. It's like this, and this is still terrible. This is bad. This is not good branchless code. It's not good branchless code because you're doing extra work in here that doesn't need to be done. But that extra work doesn't matter if the amount of work it takes anyways is the same amount of work. So like this is like perfectly symmetrical, whatever. So like lots of times you can like break it down the middle. Not technically exactly, but this is the middle, I guess. So I got REX move into it RCX. And then down here I have move RCX 0. Just the outside layer, whatever. And I got move RDI REX. So I'm loading up RDI with the next address to pass in, which is computer aid, from the address that's fetched here. I guess that's not really the middle. So like this thing. So I don't know. At REX, 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 REX. CX is set initially here to the value to pass in. I do an XOR swap to test the value, and then XOR swap to get it out. And then I AND with the result. So it's symmetrical, whatever. But it's not optimal because you gotta do the same setup and then tear down inside here, whatever. So to make it optimal, whatever, it's about the process, basically. That's an artist thing, whatever. Solving for something without really solving anything you're trying to solve. Like when you draw a picture. Chatbot. So what's it called? When artists draw something without drawing what they see, but instead draw what is there. Where they differentiate what they're drawing. Apart. From the space being drawn. So that there's no bias in what they're drawing. Because they didn't they didn't place restrictions on how it should look based on how they know it does look. So that the drawing ends up actually representing more closely what is being drawn. Rather than what it should be being projected onto what's being output. Or projected. It's not, well, like, yeah. Yeah, okay, whatever. Projected and altering the result, I don't know, whatever. This is just a single term, just not one. Observational drawing. It means drawing what is actually in front of you rather than what your brain thinks the object should look like. Draw shapes, angles, proportions, shapes, ignore the idea of this is an eye, this is a hand, this is a face. Focus only on the lines, distance, and relationships. The result looks more accurate because you're not applying mental assumptions of whatever. Artists often say, draw what you see, not what you know. Negative space drawing, very close to what you described, that's probably what it's called, I think, is when an artist separates the object from the surrounding space and draws the space around it instead of the object itself. Instead of drawing a chair, you draw the empty shapes between the legs and around it. This removes the bias because you're not thinking chair, you're thinking shape in space. Your brain stops correcting the drawing with assumptions. The object ends up more accurate. Matches the idea of differentiating what is being drawn apart from the space being drawn so there's no bias in what it should look like. Contour drawing. So like high-level programming is kind of like drawing or negative space drawing because you work with your high-level objects and you don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, and the program runs and does a very bad job at what it does because 90% of programs are terrible. The only evidence of that is how terrible the programs are. So what? I don't know, whatever. Contour drawing, another related technique. Artist slowly follows the edges of the object with their eyes, draws the lines as they see them, often without looking at the paper, focuses only on visual reality. Forces the brain to stop using symbolic shortcuts. So like edges could also apply to like folding code or graphs or whatever. It's all the same thing. Except it's not, but it is. Perceptual drawing, the deeper concept. The actual theory behind it, it means drawing based on visual perception instead of symbolic understanding. Symbolic drawing: eye, almond shape, nose, triangle, face, oval. Perceptual drawing: angle, shadow, curve, spacing, proportion, relationships. So this would be more like the parts that make up the thing, like the driver or the underlying code that makes up the upper code, rather than being like, this is a vector, this is a dead string or whatever, std string, or like a boolean, like C# has like triple state booleans. Not even symbolically is it a boolean because that's 3 states. It has like undefined, true and false. It's ridiculous. Maybe if like the people that made C#, they focused on these things. Like, you know what, whatever. So drawing becomes a record of visual data, not a conceptual idea. That's it. So like C#, they're like, let's conceptually add another state to a boolean, and we'll still call it a boolean, even though it's true, false, and undefined. Or I think it's void. It's not null. there's a third state, and it's really frustrating and stupid. Conceptually, Microsoft, well, that's why they're going out of business. They got bad concepts. Can't run a business. If they could, customers would be buying Microsoft products and using them. Remember what happened to the Microsoft phone? That was a bad concept. Microsoft phone. Idea you're describing is mainly observational drawing, negative space drawing, perceptual drawing, or perceptual drawing. Draw what you see, know what you know. With negative space drawing being the closest, blah 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 blah. Oh, it's an advertisement. Amazing. By hand, and I PDF artisan geometry. What kind of geometry is artesian? Or artisan? There's like, you can charge more for like artesian food. I don't even know what that means. Damn it, why'd I click that? Alright, so like with this, I don't know. I was trying to like solve around the thing without really solving it. So basically, if I was gonna actually solve it, also to test Chatbot, because Chatbot can't, it's a depth with like logic whatever as a limit, and it doesn't know this works either. If I paste this, it's not gonna get it. Because I can run the assembly. I wasted time digging this up. This is some crappy code. I can't really program when I'm streaming because people would steal it, like Sam Altman, and they'd put it inside of their chatbot, and then they'd make money off it, and then I wouldn't get paid, but they would, and then they'd say, oh, that's fair use, assuming they take something, but they do. They take everyone's stuff. If they didn't, then this would have no training data to make the models, because they trained it off everything they stole. There's nothing fair use about that. So whatever I type and program on stream, I gotta like not get advanced with it. So I paste this in Chatbot and ask it, does this work? You're like 1 and 2. Does this use a more predicted static backward jump? Static analysis. Backward conditional jump. To load a pointer. Test itself. And then fall through. When it is self. So the CPU does not have to do a second load. Which ends up being faster than having to branch. Why does it need to? And when not self, it only ever does a single dereference, which is the node to get if it's not self. Alright, so is this what these code samples do, and which is faster hop-wise? And which would be better to use in production code? And why? It's just like these streams, whatever. I'm getting to the point without really making the point, because that'll come later. It needs to be a really, really sharp point. It's going to cost some companies a lot of money. So, here's the assembler, online decompiler. Competition-wise though, anything involving money or quote business is all competition related. Only ever. Yeah, I'm not gonna like cover a hacking or like software exploitation. Well, I will at some point. That's be like selective. I'm not gonna like. Don't know whatever. If anyone has questions, happy to answer them. You can test me if I'm worth my salt, whatever. I promise I wouldn't call anyone stupid. Because I get nothing out of calling people stupid. It's getting boring now. Alright, so I have like this code, this code. This code tests for the node of itself. If it is, then it doesn't do another load. If it's not, then it has to do a pointer. Otherwise, it just does a double dereference. In this one, in case that's B. And this is a C compiler. And I always say the C compiler is garbage. B, because it is. So this is what the C compiler makes for that code, whatever, blob I talked about. I'll put these two things. So I'm going to paste this in chatbot and see what chatbot says. So I'll paste these two first, and I'll paste this one. And this one confuses up chatbot a whole bunch. Like, chatbot is broken as hell. So paste this in chatbot, see what it says. So say do these bowls. I got the chat on, I'll check at some point. If I don't check, I'll respond in text or whatever, because I'm probably gonna miss it if I'm just so distracted. I'm trying to like figure out how I'm gonna handle this stuff as a time scheduler. So I don't know, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm just like doing this as I think about that. I might as well answer questions too. Only on real programming languages though, like C language, JavaScript. JavaScript is a real language. Java is garbage. Java's crap. JavaScript, way better. I just paste the chat button and see what it says. So do these samples use a most likely predicted static analysis backward conditional jump to load a pointer, test if self, and then follow through when it is self, so the CPU does not have to do second load, which ends up being faster than having to branch when it is self, and when not self only ever does a single dereference, which is the node to get when not self, which is node next, same thing. When not self does not loop, is that what these code samples do, and which is fastest micro-op wise, and which would be better to use in production code and why? I pasted it and then it's here. So the compiler doesn't know anything about your code, because it's just a compiler. And that's all it is. And it barely even compiles. So it does 2 loads here. The compiler doesn't know that it's a pointer and that sometimes it points to self, and when it does, it shouldn't load the next load. So the compiler does 2 loads like this every time instead of doing something like this, because sometimes this might be more costly, especially if it's like this. So the compiler cuts its loss and it's like, you know what, just do the 2 loads. And then the compiler does it throughout the entire program, the whole program. So if you ever have a node that holds itself, which you might do sometimes if you have places where like things alias or they don't alias, and you have memory regions and everything's really carefully controlled, then the compiler is not built for that. The compiler just like poops out code, and it does a very bad job at it. Because if it did do a good job, the C compiler wouldn't be so slow. The code it runs. Because the code it makes is not very good. If it was, this stuff speaks for itself. Alright, so let's see what chatbot says. It says, yes, you're understanding this mostly correct. Let's break it down correctly. CPU micro-operating is important. Which is faster? Which should be used in production? Which the 2 versions actually do? What the 2 versions do? Version A. Load pointer, compare self. If equal, return itself. If not equal, load next pointer. Return it. So child self pointer, if child self, return child pointer. Only 1 memory load, hot pass, second load, only happens if needed. Version B, always child equals self pointer, return child pointer. No condition, always performs 2 memory loads. Static branch prediction, forward conditional jump, not taken. Is predicted, not taken. Meaning child equals self, is assumed to be the most common case. Most common case, this makes version A optimized for self case hot path, which matches your idea of follow through when it's self, so CPU does not do second load. Micro-op comparison, version A, hot path self case, 1 load, move, compare, branch, return, 4 or 5 ops. Version B, 1 load, 1 return. But this load is loaded from a load. So it's not taking into account the fact that there's a dependency on the last load and it can't physically fucking do the next one. Chatbot is just chatbot. What more do I expect from it? Not very much. Why memory loads matter more than UOPs? Why? Especially when it's a fact that it's a load after a load and it just overlooks that and it's like, oh, it's just 2 loads in return. No, this load has to wait until this load's done. This one, if it's a hot path, there's a load, a move, this is I think this is terrible too. Well, it's not any better than this. So I'm gonna like rewrite this really quick after this. Because this I was going for like getting to the point without getting to the point, whatever. So why memory loads matter more than UOPs on modern CPUs? Because CPUs are memory bound. So if you want to make a fast program, you gotta fucking only load what you need. And when you load it, make sure it stays loaded. You gotta keep the cache hot. And you gotta get rid of the cold code. So extra load, extra expensive, even more UOPs, fewer. Even if micro ops are fewer. So which is faster if self-case is common, version A wins. Because one load instead of two. The branch is correctly predicted, result in less memory pressure, less latency, less cache usage. Faster, if not self-case is common, then version B may win. It says may win. And it may. It actually is may. It's probably like 50-50. Just straight loads, modern CPUs like predictable straight line code. Branch prediction cost if version A predicts wrong. Mispredict penalty 15-20 cycles, which is worse than a load. Version B. Okay, so it's not gonna say alright, so it says case self-common, version A faster, non-self-common, version B faster, unpredictable, version B. Does unpredictable count as a case? That's kind of funny. Because which one do you want? Predictability or unpredictability? This is why people didn't get Windows phones. They were very, 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 very bad phones. So it wasn't very like predictable that the Windows phone wasn't going to make it. But what is predictable is that Microsoft isn't going to be around forever. Anybody can predict that. Even your mom. And your dad too. And also your dog. And that dogs don't even have thumbs. But even a dog could predict that Microsoft's not going to make it. Alright, so it says mispredict penalty 15-20 cycles. So like on this case, where it just does both loads right after each other, if this is a miss, or it's a really like fucking it happens to be like paged, it's a big ass miss. That's way more than 20 cycles. And it says wait before you can even do this one. If this was a miss too, you got fucking miss and then a miss. In this one, if it's self, just fucking load it once, you got it, and you're like, boom, done. No two loads. But chatbot doesn't cover that. The chatbot's biased. Let's say use version A. Or use version A. Yeah, so you should use version A then. And you can end up with something just as bad as the common C compiler and make the same trash as everyone else. Stuff is garbage. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't be so unstable. But it's not stable because it's not garbage. It doesn't even cover on the fact that there's no backward jump. I'm gonna ask chatbot, does this code do the same thing? And to be like, no, it does this. And then it's gonna explain what it doesn't fucking know. Because if it knew, then OpenAI wouldn't have to steal everyone's stuff to make chatbot. But the fact that they had to take everyone's stuff to make the train data just goes to show how much you don't know. They can't even add ads. They tried to add ads to this website a couple days ago. After like 12 hours, it disappeared, and they came back again. Like the whole page would load and go like clunk clunk, and then fucking screw it all up. It lost its scroll position, everything. Like, can't even do web design. Oh, chatbot's gonna take everyone's jobs. Okay, yeah. Right. So this code does the same thing as the other two. And the fall through case, I'll just do that. Other two samples. It says no, this code does not behave like the previous two samples. Oh, is that true? Is it true? Is that true, chatbot? Well, let's find out. Freaking just run this stuff. Alright, so like, this is not optimal. You know, I'm gonna rewrite really quick. I'll run it too. I need to get to assembly and get the JavaScript engine done. I gotta get this stuff done. I gotta figure out this time scheduler stuff. The program stopped working. Wow, that's not unexpected. Oh, everything's crap. Why did I type in here? I'm not gonna undo it. Alright, so it's right here too. Alright, so open the compiler, or I mean the assembler. Paste it here and then in here. So it's an output to a file. Somehow you can make a window on the Linux. That's why I'm making the stupid GPU program, so I can use that for outputting stuff. I hate the text editor, or the console, whatever. As test file. So I think it's 11 and 12. So this was a benchmark thing that I never finished, and I fucked up the counter. If the test took longer than a second, then it's screwing it up. And I just realized that. I was like, oh shit, that's what it was. So anyways, I'm gonna print to like line 11, 12. The output, whatever. Like delete this. Type something random, hit save. And then I'll run this assembly here. Oh, please run. That was the wrong stuff to run. That's a stupid game engine I gotta finish up. As a partial game engine, not an entire completed game engine. I need to get just enough done so I can add to it later to make the entire game engine. And I gotta like figure out this stupid time schedule stuff. And it kind of feels like a whole game engine. I need to just get it done. Alright, so it ran and then updated, so I delete this, put random shit, save, and then build. And I click here, and then ta-da. So 11, 12. Got this number, this number. So this number is a node, the first node that holds a node, and this is the value of the node held. 7 or whatever. Could this just work? So on line 11, I'm printing the address. And on line 12, I'm running this routine here that does this the test and then load only when it needs to. The backward jump. The not very good assembly example. I'm setting 7 here. So like set like 5 or something. And when I run it, and these are the nodes or the pointers. I'm like pointing the thing to the thing to thing. And then this thing. I'm saying its value is something known rather than address. So it holds like something known to look for, which is 5. So it gets that by loading the loaded pointer. So now when I run this, it says a change on disk, reload, and it didn't reload. Why didn't it reload? Well, because exactly what I said earlier, 90% of software, including the operating system, is complete rubbish. It's not acceptable. People don't know what they're doing. And it's amazing that things have gone this far. It is truly amazing. The people that do know what they're doing, they don't get paid enough for what they're doing. And no one wants to do it anymore. So thank you, Big Tech. Good job. And Big Tech basically fucked itself over because now none of them know what they're doing. So people that know what they're doing will end up taking the show from them. They don't know shit. If they did, this stuff wouldn't be rubbish. So I'm gonna try that again here. Ran it, click here, and then it says I gotta reload. So I'm gonna click reload. And there, it works. Look, wow. So it's not total rubbish, just partial rubbish. It's still not acceptable. This is a product for the customer and the developer, and it makes everyone's life hell when nothing works. So before release, it should be checked. Like actually thoroughly checked. So I don't know, whatever. And then it's like, oh well, find another program. They're all the same. So it printed 5. Why did it print 5? Because it works. Unlike what Chatbot said, because Chatbot doesn't know anything. If it did, it wouldn't have to be taken from the general public to make the training data. Alright, so I'm going to set this off here, which means it's not going to set 5. And the node's going to hold itself, because I'm setting each of them right here to their own address. I mean, it does hold itself because of that. So I'm gonna delete this. And this loads up the argument of the address to test or whatever. Alright, so now it's not going to print 5. Instead, the code's going to work. Instead of printing this address here. Because it's self. So the result is going to be self. Chatbot says it doesn't work, but it does work. What doesn't work is the current technological eco-karma, whatever the fuck you want to call it. This does not work. It fucks over developers. It fucks over customers. And a lot of people are getting paid for things they don't do. Because they don't fucking work. But everyone else does. And nobody enjoys it. Well, some people like getting screwed, so I don't know, whatever. If getting screwed is like your thing, then you must be loving it. Ba 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 ba. Oh, look at that. It's the same address here. Wow, that's amazing. I wonder why that worked. Oh, because Chatbot's wrong. And Chatbot said I have like under 1% of competing and putting Google or Microsoft out of business. So, we'll see what else Chatbot's wrong about. It's only a matter of time. Alright, so it has here, it says load pointer, same start, version B, XOR sequence, expand, blah 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 blah. And then it gets confused on this, I bet. So this whole block simplifies to RAX equals RCX. The XOR chain does nothing useful. Good job, Chatbot. Really evaluated that XOR swap. You know what? This thing is so dumb. So it's like, oh, RAX, you're loading it, and you're doing an XOR swap to test for 0. And then you're swapping the value that was there with the value that it holds. So in the first pass, I'm swapping in the original value, because I'm setting it to RCX here. On the second pass, I'm swapping in 0. Because on the first pass, I want to test for an actual test. On the second pass, I don't care about the test. So I AND. So I AND with RCX, whatever is loaded, to freaking cancel it out. And this is like the minimal number of instructions I can get it, when taking into account the negative space or whatever. So I'm trying to, when I'm trying to like solve it, in a way where you're not thinking chair, you're thinking shapes and space, your brain stops correcting the drawing with assumptions, the object ends up more accurate, differentiating what is being drawn apart from the space being drawn, so there's no bias in what it should look like. So draw shapes, angles, proportion shapes, ignore the idea of this is an eye, this is a hand, this is a face. Focus on lines, distance, relationships. Result looks more accurate because you're not applying mental assumptions, whatever. So in here, I'm not using, technically speaking, a compare. But I am, logically I am. So I want to like avoid using, I want to make it like data driven, but it's like data with a boolean. So I don't know, so I'm gonna like adjust this, whatever, and make it better. See if we can beat the compiler. But chatbot can't do any of this stuff. Neither can Sam Altman or any of the people making this. But they do know how to steal, but they're not very good at it. Because they stole all this stuff, and then they're like still not making money. And the only reason Microsoft's around is because they're tied to the government. Because Microsoft steals so many things. It says your version is actually worse. It doesn't move, and that is true. So 8 instructions, install performs 1 load. It says multiple ALU ops, XOR and, which provides no benefit. That's actually the logic behind the XOR swap operation, and then testing if it's 0. Branching logic unrelated to self-comparison. No, they are directly related. That was the whole point of the thing. Yeah, okay. The XOR trick does not implement RCX equal RDI, nor RCX equal self, nor branch to select. It just reconstructs. That's exactly what it is doing, but it's reconstructing it and testing it and setting the Boolean condition all 3 at the same time. We got a freaking smorgasbord, however the fuck you say it, of a whole bunch of fucking overly complicated things going on at once. Because the whole point was to not make a point, whatever. I was just brainstorming. If your goal was to branch to self-check, you would need something like... okay, so, yeah. It says your code does not do the same thing as the previous 2. Yes, it does though. Alright, so, to actually write real code, whatever, alright, I guess I'll print like 3 instead this time or whatever. Alright, so to solve this, without being weird about it, and just like get it done. Not overthinking it, for the point of not thinking about it, and seeing what it ends up as. It's called, what's the word? Happy accidents or whatever? But it's not totally. Yeah, it's called the process. It's all about the process. With a little more process, maybe the Windows Phone would still exist. Except Microsoft's process tends to be like steal something and then benefit off it, not know anything, and put themselves in a position where they got a whole business where they don't know what they're doing. So, when people compete who know what they're doing, there's no competition. Therefore, no business. After, well, I don't know, time will tell, whatever. Maybe they can steal something impressive and like make it a little bit longer. Like competing with Microsoft would be like taking candy from what's more pathetic than a baby? A squirrel? I don't know, whatever. Your mom jokes are not that funny. But your mom is. And your dad too, and then yeah, goldfish also. Do people actually have goldfishes? That's retarded. Who the fuck buys a goldfish? Man, I got a headache. Alright, so to solve this for real, like for real, just like do this, whatever. What would the compiler put? I think it's like RDI and then just address, whatever. Yes, it's literally that simple. Okay, so compiler does this. The pointer is redundant. The instruction loads memory has nothing to do with the fact that it's pointer. But the size does make a difference. So whatever. The compiler does this. I already have an RDI the value. Alright, so basically, I guess I can break down this. So this time I'm just gonna use a freaking compare test, whatever, not keep it like data driven. Mixed in with a boolean. This program stopped working. Alright, I'm not gonna draw. So move RCX RDI plus 0, so offset 0. First part. Alright, then a label. I want to jump up to this label. When it needs to loop around and do the next load. So if it doesn't hold itself, this address RDI plus 0, it needs to do another load. So without being funky or whatever process or whatever, yeah. That means I got this jump here to go back. So I need a test. I think test is a mask. So test is RCX equal to RDI. I'll change this to actual memory. That is a load. So this is a load. Loads up RCX with the pointed thing, whatever pointer. So I'm gonna do test. And then this doesn't destruct the data, so I don't have to like extra swap back. So I'll test RCX against RDI. Alright, see if I can beat the compiler. This really shouldn't be that difficult. Because people that wrote the C compiler, they don't know what they're doing. Alright. So, this means so I can't load it before, because that does 2 loads. That defeats the whole point. So I do a test, and then here, I want to do minimal operations. Man, this is so boring. I need to just get to the point. Oh, this is so boring. Alright, so REX is going to hold the result. So maybe I should just move in REX. Move REX, the value pointer, whatever. Compare RDI, RAX. No way I'm gonna keep RCX. I'm gonna move to REX, RCX. Why am I putting all these spaces? Put this here. Wait, this move has to be inside the loop. Alright, move REX, RDI. Plus 0. So we'll already have the address. I mean Lee for load effective address. So Lee, REX, RDI plus 0. Alright, so REX holds the next address if it is itself. So move RCX, the actual value. So I just like destroy RDI. It doesn't matter at this point. Well, because it would matter if like there was an offset like 20 bytes or 30 bytes. But it's 0, so whatever. So I'll just destroy RDI. It doesn't matter. I'll do like test REX RDI. So jump not 0. Test is a mask. Wait, does that work in this case? I'm not testing for 0. Does not. Huh. I gotta compare them. This compare. It only sets a 0 flag when 0. Alright, so I gotta compare instead of test. So compare REX RDI. So we'll subtract behind stains. If 0, they're equal. It's non-destructive, so REX holds what RX holds. I need another property. So I'll move to RCX. Well, actually, this is best because now RDI holds the next one, but it still needs to add to it the offset if there is an offset. So move RCA or RDI. RCX or Lee actually. Can compute the next one. This is not being more instructions. I'm testing if it's itself. So I could just actually XOR RDI with itself. Because it doesn't matter if I destroy it. But it does. But it doesn't. So RDI XOR. So RDI holds. Then I gotta undo it. Oh man. Just use a compare. compare REX, RCX, load effective address, RDI, RCX plus the offset. So RCX here. So move RCX, load it up, compare REX, RCX. I just put this in here. Because that's the computer anyways. They don't have to do it there. So load effective address, move RCX. I won't compute it in here. Well, I guess doing it this way is going to assume that it's the same offset both times. We need it separate. Alright, so this can't be after it because I need to compare at the end. So in advance, compute the next one. So this is the second, the pointed address, pointed out offset. They're called like child or loaded. I'll call it thing 2 and thing 1. Thing 2. This is thing 1. Alright, so this is the actual move. So I want RAX here. Make this a memory load. Quad word, even though it's not needed. Alright, so compare REX, RCX. The compare subtraction. So if it's equal, it's 0. If it's not equal, it's not 0. If it's not equal, it's not 0. Alright, this is almost done. I'm gonna need like one more instruction though. Because they'll just keep fetching the next one until it finds equal. Which is not what I want. I need to do it once. So I need one more value in here. So I'll preload something and then set it. And on the case that it enters again, I'll compare against the old one. Yes. So like load RCX. Okay, wait a second. It's loading REX. I just use RDI. it is being used RDI here. So I need here. So this will override it with thing 1. So now it doesn't need to add it here, but thing 2 it's needed. So I can load up. So REX needs to hold the result. But I would want REX to already be loaded. If possible. Just leave like this for now. Alright, so REX holds the result. So if it's not 0, it'll branch again. So I need to break that branch. Does test set 0? Does test XOR? Or just mask? Bitwise and non-XOR. Man. Let's subtract borrow. Is that a zero flag or overflow flag? More instructions. Can I use 2? Set a flag. While conditionally setting value to 0. Set zero flag overflow sets both along with other arithmetic. Would negate. It's flags. I don't remember. I need to find documentation. Asking chatbot is wasting my time. Sets a 0 flag if result is 0. So negate RCX. I can XOR it to test if it's 0. But I still gotta negate it. I gotta get the freaking flag set. It ends up being the same number of instructions. Alright, the compiler's probably doing the only way to do it. I doubt anybody knows assembly. If anybody knows, I'll do this in less steps. Sure. Because there has to be a way to this. Nobody knows assembly though. Because, like, I can do it data driven, or I can use control flow. I think I can get rid of one instruction. Even if I get rid of one, that's less instructions. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had to get rid of another instruction. This is also return. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if this could be simplified to 7 instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would be the compiler. Because there's a move, and it's even doing the triple. It's doing the load, the move of the next one from the one, and then does a compare against the last one. Maybe I could just use that. I'll just steal from the compiler. So compiler's RDX, probably because it's displaying the data. That actually makes more sense to read. RDX. Compiler's using RAX, the accumulator, told the result. So RAX thinks told the result. So move RAX, RDX. Then there's a compare an RDI with RDX. So original register with the new one. There's a compare there. No, here. With the XOR. And then does branch. Or false through. When it does the branch, it does move RAX. New value is RDX. So I'm using RDX here. Can I get rid of RCX? Move RCX. I can't. I could XOR. I could get the other value back. And the other value, getting it back doesn't matter until the next entry. So I could XOR here. But then I gotta set RDX to CX. It already has it up there. So I need to set RCX, RDX. XOR. Then move RDX, RCX. Negate RCX. So I need to get out the original value. less instructions. These can actually be moved out of the loop. No, they can't. Because physically it needs to do the next load. I could do REX holds the right value. So I could do XOR. This really doesn't matter though. Or does it? XOR RDX. Well, that's not what I did. That would not help. Is this more instructions than the other one? Is one more? Yeah, you're gonna have to just... That's ridiculous. How is there no way to get less instructions in between? So you can jump backwards. Ask Chatbot. Actually, I'll ask Chatbot. Can you replace this to use a backward jump with less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instructions in a jump, and see what Chatbot does. Can you make this do a self-check, but with a backwards jump for most likely? With less than 7 instructions between the backward jump, or more than, it doesn't matter. Just make a backward jump. Just convert this into a backward jump. If I do the load outside, I can remove all this stuff. But then I'm doing an extra load and defeats the whole point. Then you have 2 of the loads anyways, and then you also have a branch. So there's no point doing it outside. There's no way to like get something optimal like this, I think. Unless someone knows assembly, which I doubt. If they did, I gotta check the chat if anybody said anything. I don't care, whatever. I gotta get something done. just convert this into a backward jump. Routine. Using backward jump. It literally, Chatbot cannot do this, so I use backward jump like 4 times. So maybe, or 3 times. Maybe it'll actually make it this time, but it literally can't. It can't do backward jump assembly. Because it is actually very complicated. It's not worth the effort. Because the instructions... Well, this one might actually be better. Because negate and not... They're not that heavy. It doesn't use 2 instructions. And the negate is separate from the not. So the compiler, whatever, or the CPU can out of order execute these 2. It can't, hold on. I can't put a not there. I'm gonna use a move. The not will change the flags. Alright, never mind, it's not any better. Now it's just as slow as this one. Maybe a teeny bit faster, but not really. The same fucking thing. So move a copy, move the current thing, get the next address prepared. After the move, the load, compare. What if I don't destroy RCX? Oh, I could do... subtract maybe. Then subtract carry. Add carry. Subtract borrow. But I don't want to subtract the borrow until there's borrow. This is normal subtract then add carry. And if I set RBX to -1 RBX, yeah, it's -1 already. It's -1 and then I add to it 1. Okay, it might be possible to get 1 less instruction. But it's fucking confusing. Holy fuck. Alright, I gotta get something done though. Alright, so I'll change it to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instructions between. It might actually be possible to get 5. And 5 instructions might actually be faster. And then with the compiler made. Only though, for the true case. The false case, it has the CPU has to run code anyways. So at some point, something's gonna be slower. Alright, this won't work, but I think it might be possible. So I was like, leave it like that. How many instructions is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, if I subtract and they're equal, it'll be 0. Oh, how did I forget? Okay, yeah. I gotta get back in assembly. I could get this RBX. I'm gonna shop out. I need some water. I'm gonna shop out this first. I missed the chat. I don't know, I'm doing good. Does anybody have questions? Like, I don't know. I don't want to hear that someone's depressed. If anyone's depressed, ask a question. And then, because like people always do that to people. I can't stand to be like, oh, I'm so depressed, and they just throw it on people. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that? That doesn't help anyone. It's just trying to make everyone else depressed. No one asked that yet. So I don't know, whatever. If someone asks if they're depressed, I'll just say good for you. But I don't know, I guess. I want questions. You could ask, like, what I'm doing. But that's, like, beside the point. Better question would be something that I can answer. Which assembly, C, JavaScript, I don't know. But this I don't have the answer to yet. So I don't know, whatever. Pieces in chat, I get some water. There's Chiplet says, I'm gonna get some water over here, babe. I gotta get to this, like, I gotta figure this stuff out. Says you want set case rewritten, so self case most likely is backward jump, fall through on path, avoid extra loads. Keep instructions small, less than 5 before backward jump. Still only be a reference, why not self? Alright, so chatbot's like outputting all the knowns. It's so impressive. It says, this already does it, but you want a backward jump. Well, exactly, that's what I asked. What? What is this? What even? Oh, it's the same thing. I thought this was a jump. I was like, this doesn't... Okay, never mind. No, what even? The label self is not even being used. So this is like the name of it. What is this code? This is the opposite condition. This is terrible. This means it would take the jump on the more likely case. This would defeat the whole purpose. Point and purpose merged in one word is poipus. The whole purpose. The point. This, well, duh. Why would it even make... Here is a minimum clean version. Why would it even make that? True backward jump layout. It says we flip it so the jump goes backward. Wow, genius. It's that simple. Okay. Wow, would you look at that? What? What is this? If you could put stupid in a can and sell it, kind of like Campbell's noodle soup, and say it's worth something, because there is not very much nutrition in Campbell's noodle soup. I don't think they use chicken anymore in the chicken noodle soup. They use like fake food or like bioengineered stuff, unless they change it. I don't know. Stuff probably has A's in it. Except AIDS, I don't think... Well, you could consume AIDS and get it, but it wouldn't be in soup. Unless someone cut themselves on the can and the blood gets in your blood through an open cut, then you can get AIDS from soup. What is this? What even is this code? Why is it putting a label if it's not being used? It literally did nothing. Oh, I'm losing brain cells. This isn't even valid code. Oh my god, how many times? What is it building up to? Is it trying to figure this out? Is it telling me its process? What is happening? Proper backward jump to force backward branch prediction. Still forward. What is it doing? This thing is so dumb. Alright, it says correct backward jump. To truly use a backward branch prediction loop must jump back to earlier code. Well, that is the point. That's why you jump backward. That's why it's called a backwards jump. Is to jump back to earlier code. Is literally the exactly yes. So it says here is a minimal setup, and it's like it's still forward. What is happening? Oh, what is it? Do they have a chatbot running and another one running? And the one chatbot feeds the other chatbot? And it's like, hey bro, I need a backward jump loop prediction. And it's like, hey, this is still forward. Well, it starts here. Well, I guess here. So it's like, hey, what you gave me is still forward. And then it says, give me another response. And chatbot's like, bro, this is still forward. And then chatbot's like, hey man, this is still forward. Can you give me a response that's not a forward jump, please? And then chatbot's like, final backward jump version under, oh my god, and it's under 5 instructions? Oh, this would be good. Huh? What is this? Did he just make an endless loop? So like, I can't even explain how dumb this is. Wait, what's happening here? Label self. Jump equal, label return. Jump label self. Compare RDX RDI. Jump if equal to label return. What is this? We got 2 loads, 2 memory loads. This is not one memory load. And I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Why is it comparing to RDI? There is no reason to compare to RDI. RDI is the address, okay? Except the offset has to be added to it. You can't just compare against the address without the offset applied, because you're comparing against the wrong address. This is not the correct address. The offset has not been applied. This is a fucking endless loop. This makes me feel really good about myself. Damn, this is bad. It means there's a very bright future to putting GPT out of business by making something better. Because this is not very good. How many instructions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, it did actually do 8 instructions. That's impressive. So for stop, that doesn't work. At least it's only 8 instructions. It could be 10 or 1,000, or it doesn't matter because it's stop. It doesn't even work. Man, that's bad. This is like definite code smell. I'm gonna switch a streaming category to programming. I guess maybe. I don't know. YouTube sucks. Playing games with views and the stats and all that. You know when people are like, just give me a reason. YouTube. Who are we just heaping on that reason? I mean Alphabet, not YouTube. Alphabet. Alphabet changed the slogan from "Don't be evil" to "Do the right thing." Because Alphabet is the evil company. If they weren't, the slogan would still be "Don't be evil." So science and technology. I think nobody streams in science and technology. That's probably the real reason. Because it is actually very boring. And most of it's fake. Nothing's real. Especially big tech. They're not even real. They're on like the edge of being replaced. I wonder if Microsoft Edge was ironically named after an edge because Microsoft was falling off. They're like, let's call it Microsoft Edge. And then it's like, just Microsoft has a really bad. Oh, there's this guy that like predicted JavaScript would what was it, Primogen? I had to get stuff done to make this guy's prediction come true. Because it'd be the funny shit. I actually thought, legitimately, I thought JavaScript would die. And I made a stupid JavaScript engine for a dumb Tumblr theme maker. I was like, fuck. I wasted 2 years making this. JavaScript is gonna die. And oh my god, JavaScript is everywhere. So I've been like sitting on this thing for like 9 years now. It's way faster than Chrome already. So I predicted wrong about JavaScript. I'd rather just like cite wherever I heard something from, rather than just like just say it. I don't know, whatever. This actually made me worried. I was like, fuck. JavaScript, what happened? Oh my god, no. No. I'm like, oh. And then it just proves like JavaScript is just way more important than I originally thought. And it's like, oh. This is great. This is amazing. This is like the bestest news ever. Like the money involved in JavaScript. If it was faster, everybody would make so much more money. Everything would run so much smoother. Everything would be more secure. Just like everything. Oh, and then I said like ask programming questions. You know what? I'll just put. I gotta get something done too. Why am I actually watching the commercial? Not someone wasted money on that commercial. Because YouTube's like, we don't give a fuck. We'll just play it anyways. Companies that don't give a fuck are the best, aren't they? I mean, what a great time to be a customer, to be a consumer, to be a developer. What a world. Oh my god, they pause it when I leave. They didn't pause the other one.
All time is the birth and death of JavaScript. Now you're probably thinking, okay, the death of JavaScript, you have my attention. What are we talking about here? Well, before you get too excited, it's actually a talk from 2014 by Gary Bernhardt while he was at Destroy All Software. By the way, great name. In today's day and age, I mean, I guess in some sense, we've really lived up to that name of destroying all software by producing unceasing amounts of it. What makes this talk so good is that he attempts to predict the future 20 years in advance. It was a lot of good jokes. It's one of the best conference talks ever created, but it also has some pretty interesting...
It's like, if I can make this guy's prediction come true, I'm gonna make a lot of money. I have plenty of money to give to Primogen, to give to that guy, to give to a whole bunch of people. Because big tech doesn't need the money. You know who needs the money? The people that make things. So if I could like make this guy's prediction come true, that'd be golden.
Software, by the way, ideas in it. And one of the best parts is our year right now, 2026, is actually one of the pivotal moments inside the prediction. The beginning of the conference talks does go through some of the old lore of...
What's it called? A self-fulfilling prophecy? Oh, that'd be so awesome. That'd be freaking bomb. Alright, chatbot doesn't know what it's doing. It says... This is optimal. It says here. Ah, look, this is a freaking... It'll loop forever in place. Unless it happens to load an address that happens to be 522 bytes away from before the actual address is testing for. It's not even testing for the correct address. And it does 2 moves. Because it's gonna get stuck in a loop. This is why this works. You know what? I'm gonna run it. Let's see what happens. Let's try chatbot's code in assembly. Good old-fashioned x86 assembly that Microsoft doesn't know how to do. Because if Microsoft knew assembly, then they'd be able to port assembly to ARM processors. These big tech companies have these huge, major, I guess like kinks in their armor, where they're basically stuck in the past. In the future is just waiting to set things ablaze. Alright, so I'm gonna run this. I'll just move 0 here. This is gonna get a bad address. I don't trust Linux. You know I'm not gonna run this. I could like load something or fuck up a value. You know what, it is only loading. It's not writing. So this should be fine. At worst, it would throw like a page fault. And then run the assembly. Then check the output file. Oh, core dump, would you look at that? Wow, that's so surprising. Chatbot can't write assembly. Segmentation fault. Oh wow, really? It wasn't even a, it's not even an infinite loop. Infinite loop. It's just freaking seg fault. If I instead, I think it dereferenced the address of 3 because it didn't stop after the first pointer. I'll set this to 0. It might get stuck in the infinite loop. Or it'll seg fault again. And we have infinity. Good job, chatbot. I mean, where would the world be? Wait, it's done? I think I actually updated. No, it just crashed. Let's save. It just crashed. It doesn't even infinite loop. Like it literally just crashes. Even the CPU's like, this is garbage. Oh, it's because it returned. And it replaces the jump escape. Oh wait, no. This isn't infinite loop. I ignored the return. This is so bad. So jump to escape. Alright, this guarantees to always do jump equal why would it load itself when it is a self? Otherwise it's gonna, you know what, it doesn't matter. At least now it's not gonna crash. Well, it wasn't crashing, it's just returning from main. Huh. Jump is not defined. Do I not need the, oh, I need the dot. I think that's like, alright, I ran. But it crashed still. There's no infinite loop. So, some reason it crashed again. Because it didn't update here. So if I get rid of it, this slop. Like OpenAI, they can't code in the first place, let alone make an AI that can code. They can't even tell the truth about stealing everything that they took, and they call it fair use. So you really can't expect much. So this time it did build. So I save. Saved, it doesn't have a thing. And I run it. And then it builds. So I don't know what. Chatbot doesn't know shit. Alright, so what's a self-fulfilling prophecy? I think it's like when you see a prophecy and then you make it happen. Like Jesus could have technically been not Jesus, but since he was so perfect, he happened to be Jesus. Even though technically, you know what, that's so technical. Yeah. That'd be like the odds of that happening, even though he did fulfill his own prophecy of him not being Jesus. Man, that's really complicated. Alright, anyways. So what's a self-fulfilling prophecy? So like if Jesus wasn't actually Jesus and he like saw the Bible, but the Bible didn't really exist back then. But if Jesus heard about, really he couldn't fulfill his own prophecy. Alright, but people do this. They fulfill their own prophecy or someone else's prophecy. So that's what this would be, whatever. Because now I know about it. So if I try to make it happen, it's not really like fulfilling a prophecy. Because you knew about it, then you do it. But it is, but it's not, whatever. It says, when a belief or expectation causes actions that make the belief come true, even if it wasn't true at the start. Prediction or belief that leads people behave in ways that make the prediction become reality. So belief creates the outcome. Well, it's not belief if it actually happens. It says, someone thinks someone fails test, and then because they believe so, or maybe it's not the same thing. That's self-fulfilling prophecy. Belief or expect. Alright, maybe it's not the same thing. Belief, behavior, outcome, belief confirmed. Teacher believes students smart. Teacher then gives more attention. Encourages them, gives harder problems, interacts more. Student improves. Teacher thinks he was right, but the teacher's behavior helped cause improvement. So does that mean you could take a stupid kid and make him smart? Man, this is kinda... You know what happens to smart people? They get fucked by dumb people. Like the people at OpenAI. They are not smart people. Fucking thieves. Negative example. Someone thinks people don't like me, then avoid talking, act distant, seem cold, withdraw socially. People respond less, now I think, see, people don't like me. Belief creates situation. Well, what if the people don't actually like them? Man, this is biased as fuck. These are bad examples. and they're very, very weighted. Positive example, someone believes I can learn this. So you practice more, stay persistent, take feedback, keep trying, if you succeed, believe, help to get success. Self-fulfilling prophecy is not magic or prediction. Alright. Chatbot can't do this, because chatbot's stolen.
Script, the 10-day creation that Brendan Eich was able to somehow birth this language into the world, the pain of actually using it, you know, some of the classic fun ones. So his entire prediction actually relies on a technology called ASM.js. Now, this may be a technology before.
And WebAssembly is terrible. It's just as bad as JavaScript. Oh my god, more ads.
Wrong. It's not like crazy far off, but it's his next prediction of them. So though this prediction is really, I mean, ultimately, I think we can all agree is wrong. It's not like crazy.
So he says like, since things still use JavaScript, it's widely used, except really, it's more like AI is like the big thing, because AI uses JavaScript, or outputs JavaScript. So it's not, I think the prediction was that things would become like overly bloated with JavaScript. And people would be like, oh shit, I'll just rewind it.
Inroads into the old web development. Cloudflare.
But I think he's also predicting JavaScript assembly, which isn't even really assembly. It's just as bad as JavaScript.
Workers can use WASM, and that means you could develop workers using Rust or C++ or Go or Python. Not really sure about that last one, but you could. You could use any of them because they all can compile down to WASM. So it's actually...
But everything can compile to something else, except compiling anything to things made by Chrome or Google is gonna be shitty.
Kind of happening. There is this small world where WASM has seen a small uptick in adoption. There's been a couple notable apps that have used WASM, Figma being one of them. So though this prediction is really, I mean, ultimately, I think we can all agree is wrong, it's not like period, which is the first major adoption of ASM.
So that takes us to 2025 when you start to see thick, extremely large applications ported into ASM.
Now is this prediction?
So I guess he's predicting that everyone's gonna switch from JavaScript to WebAssembly, like ASM or whatever. ASM sounds weird. I'm just gonna say ASM. Alright, so here, he like loads GIMP, a paint program, but he doesn't actually touch the screen. Why? I don't think it'll run. I think it'll just crash.
It's just compilers. Once you have a compiler, all you need is the libraries being used.
It's like OpenAI. But like, once you have the data, all you gotta do is train it. And they go, ha 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 ha, and they make a lot of money. Yeah, you can compile anything from any compiler. But if you're compiling garbage, it's still garbage. GIMP is like the worst. It sounds like a sex suit or whatever. GIMP. This is a terrible photo editor.
So here
So in the end, you still get a terrible photo editor.
have is the GIMP running against Wine, running against an X Windows.
I like how I just said the GIMP.
So here what we have is the GIMP running.
Alright, what's a GIMP? Calling someone a GIMP means crippled or disabled, derogatory, offensive. What's it called when you're like in plastic and like you have a zipper face? It says don't use GIMP to describe a person's disability. That's offensive. Neutral uses or natural uses are software crafting. It says don't use a GIMP to describe a person's disability. That's offensive. It's also offensive and illegal to like steal everyone's data and say, oh, it's fair use. Alright, what's it called? From someone where it's like, was it plastic? With the like zipper face. And like there's like lips or whatever. And like fetish, whatever. It's just as weird as people liking feet. Yeah, GIMP suit. It is a GIMP. So like what you're describing generally referred to as rubber latex or zentai fetishism. Specifically rubber latex bondage or GIMP suits in BDSM. Here's a breakdown. So you call the person in the GIMP suit a GIMP. And he's describing this and he says the GIMP. This is kind of like suiting it up in several compilers. The GIMP.
Against wine. It's just compilers. Once you have a compiler, all you need is the libraries being.
Once you got the skin, the suit, whatever, all you gotta do is put the GIMP inside the suit. The compiler is a suit in this case. I would assume. Because he says the GIMP. The GIMP goes into the suit. Like, you know what, whatever.
So here what we have is the GIMP running against wine, running against an X Windows shim, all compiled from C into ASM. That ASM is running on Chrome, and now we have another wine-like problem, which is that was the Mac version of Chrome running inside the Mac version of Firefox, but the Mac windowing stuff is all closed source. So we had to do what we did in the 90s and re-implement it, and because we like confusing names, the open source re-implementation of Cocoa is called Cacao. And then Cacao and Chrome are both compiled from C into ASM, and all of that is running inside of Firefox. Now
this right here. It's kind of like JavaScript with all the layers. What I did is I ripped all layers away so fast. This is not JavaScript though. It's running like GIMP, the program, in the browser with compilers, whatever.
And so really he just proved you can run anything. If it compiles.
Yeah, but if it's poop, it's still poop.
in C, baby, you can run it in the browser. And this is kind of his fundamental idea that he has for our future, which is that everything can just simply be compiled into this ASM and it can just run in the browser. But
ASM, WebAssembly is so bad. There's no way that's gonna happen. WebAssembly is terrible. It's so slow.
Making a significantly bigger prediction because this in itself shouldn't really kill JavaScript. So this is where it actually gets interesting because this is where he makes his first big prediction that is during our time period, which is the first major adoption of ASM.
So that takes us to 2025 when you start to see thick, extremely large applications ported into ASM.
Now, is this prediction correct? Well, I think one thing that probably threw off Gary's old prediction, it was AI, right? Because during 2020 to 2025 in his chart, there was just a massive war. You know, kind of funny, we had COVID during that time. He predicted
It's like I made my JavaScript engine like 9 years ago. So right here, Ace whatever. I should have went ahead and like sold my engine instead of waiting like, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
war. He was just wrong, you know, pandemic, not war. But either way, his prediction did not include this idea of AI and generating code. And so he thought that people would just get so frustrated with JavaScript that everybody would.
I thought everyone would be like, fuck JavaScript. We need something different for the web. But instead, everyone sucked it up. And everybody's using JavaScript. Holy crap, this is insane.
Want to use ASM. And he's not completely wrong because the successor to ASM, WASM, is now in 3.0 stage, which does happen to have garbage collection, better exception handling.
Oh, it's so slow. It is not assembly. This is assembly. This is machine code. Registers WASM. Is it WASM? He's saying assembly like it is assembly, but it's not. Assembly is just in general. I think it's like WebAssembly. So it's all about performance in the browser. Designed to be fast, sparse, execute. What does it mean close to native CPU speed? No, it's not. Runs inside the browser. Speed versus native. 2 to 10 times slower, 1 to 3 times. There's no way that's. You know what, whatever. It is so slow. So what does that assembly look like? Like if someone needs to get a page element and change the style font to like blue. Let's access the DOM. Web browser DOM. Not like a dominatrix, not like GIMP. Like web browser, the document object model. CSS style. Make the font color. How is that done in WebAssembly? And it says there's asm.js and WebAssembly. They're not the same thing. So how does asm.js code look like? Oh, it's literally called, wow, it's asm.js. That is funny as hell. That's actually kind of funny. Man, YouTube. I mean, like, I even got a like. Is that not effective? Someone even clicked like. YouTube is biased as hell. They got like curves for like the prediction for your video. And they're like, oh, it's doing as good as normally expected. And then they like make sure to like keep the views down if you go way above the curve. I guess I'm just not on servers again. Oh, what a bummer. Alright, it says, not visualize, blah blah blah. Getting element settings color blue. ASM is not designed for DOM manipulation. Subset, oh my god, you gotta run it inside JavaScript? So like anything like document get element by ID or element style, normal JavaScript. What is this? This is not WebAssembly. What? This is just JavaScript. This is an object return. What does this have to do with WebAssembly? This is not even assembly. Assembly is a register or operand. There's like commas, a list of arguments. There's no parentheses. This is assembly. That's not assembly. This isn't assembly. Oh my god, this is TypeScript. Is that all it is? Typed, alright. So assembly, WebASM goes hand in hand with TypeScript. That's not optimization. That's not assembly. That means nothing. That's a nothing burger. Hire a pro. I wouldn't hire a GPT. People don't know what they're doing.
JavaScript string built-ins, custom text format annotation, deterministic profiling, like a bunch of stuff that is actually making it pretty good to use. Now, my last time I used WASM, I could easily say I did not like it that much. But now, okay, this is looking a bit more interesting. Is there...
Because it's not any better. And you lose all the benefits
which you
of having JavaScript.
You could use WASM. Well, it actually turns out that WASM is actually making inroads into the old web development. Cloudflare workers can use WASM, and that means you could develop workers using Rust or C++ or Go or Python.
Wait, is WASM a different thing? I gotta figure out the time scheduler stuff. Not the same. Wait, what? This makes no sense. What even is happening? How do you get more views but not viewers? Are people watching it, but like rewinding? And then they're watching it from... Because it goes like this. And then it's like, oh, there's no one. But then the views went up. That actually makes no sense. What the heck? Do you guys have like popcorn? And you're just like watching? What? If people are watching, why does it not show up? Is there bots watching? Alright, like here, right? It says here's concurrent viewers. And then it goes up and then up. If I go to views, up, and it stays up. Now it's up higher. What's happening? 34? Man, these stats are a joke. Who is watching and rewinding so it doesn't show up? And so you don't show up? I won't look, I swear. I'm not gonna look. Whoever's watching and like ghost watching, first off, you're a little bitch. Second off, I'm just kidding. But seriously, what the heck? How does this go up if this is going down? Okay, so 130, 130, and then it goes up. I guess that's why it stays. So that's when YouTube's like, that's enough. But then the 2-3 people that watch now, it's not going up. It's just like staying. Does someone have to stay for like 10 minutes to actually show up? This makes no sense, whatever.
sure about that last one, but you could. You could use any of them because they all can compile down to WASM. So it's actually kind of happening. There is this small world.
If anybody wants to learn JavaScript, just ask me in the chat, and I'll teach you JavaScript. I'll teach you anything you want to know, except hacking. That's off limits. Or like software, hardware exploitation. I won't cover that.
Where WASM has seen a small uptick in adoption. There's been a couple notable apps that have used WASM, Figma being one of them. So though this prediction is really, ultimately, I think we can all agree is wrong, it's not like crazy far off. But it's his next prediction that it feels unbelievable. So his final stage prediction is...
And it's gonna happen, I gotta make it happen. I get something done. This is where big tech ends. This is where, in this area, it's gonna end. Google, Microsoft, you guys are all on your way out. It's gonna end. This is coming, future. Nearer than sooner. Which basically means the same thing. Because both near and soon, they're both close. The same word.
It was unbelievable. So his final stage prediction is actually like crazy far off. But it's his next prediction, Figma being one of them. So though this...
So like, his prediction was right. In that, lots of things use more JavaScript. It's not WebAssembly. Not Primogen, the guy that he's talking about. What's WebAssembly? Oh, this is it. Okay, this is WebAssembly. So no one's using this. And this is just terrible. What is this? Lambda? Not Lambda. Lisp. Is this this Lisp? Got Salad here. No, it's function add. It's just bytes. What? It doesn't matter if it's exported as serialized binary data. It's still data. It's in text. Wait, it gets compiled? Yeah, that's misleading. So what are you saying it's compiled into an output binary? That's the difference between... Well, that doesn't make any different. That just... The parsing has nothing to do with it. It still has to parse it, because it has to be passed in and freaking... It doesn't matter, it's dumb. So everything is in JavaScript. So next prediction, big tech's not ready. It's where the whole thing's taken away. Well, I guess it depends on how they want to play along. YouTube's not being very fair to me right now. So, it is what it is, you know? You don't get paid for being smart. And then people, like, they get jealous. And they try to, like, just fuck with you. So you gotta be smart about it. I'm pretty smart. I'm smart enough to play dumb, though. That's like the smart thing you can do, whatever.
Prediction is really,
Well, it's not play dumb. it's not saying more than you should. So that's not really playing dumb. Okay, maybe it's a little bit playing dumb.
We can all agree is wrong. It's not like crazy far off, but it's as
Because everything, JavaScript's still alive. I thought it'd be dead. I'm glad it's not dead. It's gonna like bring me up. So I can like pick who gets to get like smited.
prediction that it
Microsoft, smite. Smite it. Google, smited. What would, if smited was a word, it'd be like, isn't smiting like you squish something like psst? So it'd be like a psst. Maybe like a taser sound. I don't know what smited would sound like. Or is it more like a thunderous boom? Well, that's like overly dramatic. What would smited sound like? Something being smitten. Is smitten a word? Smited would be the past tense of smite, just like smitten. Comes from, wait, is smitten a word? And then check the spell check. Oh my god, it's a word. That is awesome. Smitten. Be like Microsoft and Google Chrome. They used to be a thing, but they were smitten, and they don't exist anymore.
feels unbelievable.
They were smitten by the age of JavaScript.
So his final stage prediction is
Oh, it's coming. This is gonna happen.
actually called metal, where instead of having like your
But it's not JavaScript, it's a highly optimized, really fucking fast JavaScript. Well, it's still funky, because I gotta meet the whole standard. Well, I gotta meet like 3 standards. It's all about the process. I gotta meet the 2024 standard. This is the beginning of the end for some big tech companies. And I get to host it on their platform. And I get to put them out of business. Well, it depends. They might stay in business. They don't play fair in the first place, so I doubt they're gonna play fair anyways. So I'm just assuming they might make it, who knows, if they play fair. But they don't, so I don't know. So JavaScript standard, I gotta meet 2024, 816 pages, and like stream the whole thing, and show like, this is how you meet a standard. This is it, look, I just streamed the whole thing, one person, one engine, faster than you guys' garbage. You guys are pathetic. Fucking over the customer, fucking over the developer, it's not cool. Because it's not cool. So I gotta do the newer standard, but there's also like a 2026 standard, I think. It's like a living standard now. But the old standard, this is 2024. 2009 standard. Standard, whatever. I gotta sneeze so bad. I didn't sneeze. Now everything hurts. This is only 252 pages. So I'm gonna make this standard first for JavaScript because it has like the big points where like big things happen, or some of them in the language. So I meet this standard, and I'm gonna meet this standard, and then these overlap. So I want to get to the standard, the 2024 standard. There's gonna be stuff in here that changed from 2009. I might need to do another standard in between. I don't know. I'm gonna standardize it. And after that, well, I'm not gonna say, but yeah. I also have to like modify JavaScript, make my own script language from this language to remove all the funky stuff. Like my language, it's not gonna have nan. It's gonna basically just use the same engine that I'm gonna sell. Except the engine I sell, well, kind of like what they do with the iPhone. You know, they sell a new version every year. And you're like, fuck, it's twice as fast. Oh, it's 4 times as fast. Oh, now it's even faster. I'm gonna be a businessman about it. I'm gonna make a lot of money. A whole lot of money. I'm gonna make people's lives easier. And I'm gonna make money. And I'm gonna compete. And this is...
And these calls between ring 0 and ring 3 and having to have a bunch of overhead.
Knows his stuff. Ring 0, ring 3, getting rid of the overhead. Except that doesn't really have anything to do with nobody really thinks like that though. Real smart. Because that's what you would do. Get rid of all the ring levels. You make like a secure operating system. So you don't need to jump between protection levels. So you didn't like extrapolate or whatever on that. But you need like a clean environment. And then you just let that OS run fucking... And then like, the modern operating system is terrible. We're all getting fucked. And like really hard too. Not everyone likes to get fucked. I mean, nobody enjoys paying $2,000-$3,000 for a website because it's overpriced in the first place. But it takes so much time to make a website. So like the modern operating system, when you run a program. So I didn't realize this, except I asked Chatbot, and it like made me like, I don't know, I realized a ton of shit. Like if you do an operating system, you could get the CPU. Oh my god, it'd be so fast. Alright, I'm gonna like... So like the age of JavaScript. It is JavaScript technically, because it's gonna be like a Trojan horse. It's gonna be JavaScript. How does a horse look like? It's terrible. That's more like a pig or a cow. It's like an aardvark. Alright, let's just pretend that's a horse. I went to art school. College of Creative Studies. I didn't even need to take the intro to art classes because I was so good at drawing. And I just drew that. Damn, I'm good. Do you know how hard it is to get CCS? This is a great college, by the way. And Safari is not going to load the website because Safari is on the edge. Just like Microsoft was. Apple has to like adopt Edge, Chrome or whatever, because this web browser is out of date. Alright, so this is horse. It's like a Trojan horse. But it's not really JavaScript. It's like, it's not really a Trojan horse either. This is a bad example. Like, I wouldn't need to make a virus. That'd be dumb as hell. Like, what? Alright, so like, the mechanics. So like, the logic that runs it is gonna like, there is no Trojan horse. You know what, whatever. It's not really a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'll just get this shit done. But like the logic that runs JavaScript, I'm gonna use that for like an operating system design. So really it's not JavaScript, it's just, I did JavaScript. I'm gonna use the stuff I've used to make the engine, to make other stuff. I've learned other stuff since then. So I don't know, whatever.
Having indirection of memory. Instead, you just put a JavaScript VM in the kernel and everything just has VM isolation and everything runs ASM. Every program you compile, it's ASM. Every dream you ever had, ASM. That girl you were talking to earlier, that's ASM. Now, he does claim that it's hard to sell this idea in 2014. Well, probably still kind of hard to sell this idea in 2026.
Because JavaScript's crap. It can't just be JavaScript. You need something better or whatever.
Hey, there's hosting companies out there that are fully bought into this. It does seem like WASM is making some forward step. Maybe Gary isn't that wrong. Maybe. I know, this sounds crazy. Maybe he could actually be right. And if this doesn't happen, I'm just going to have to blame AI. You know what I mean? Like they ruined it. And
2030? That's not enough time. It's like 4 years. Yeah, like 4 years. I can't get an OS done in 4 years. Well, I could. Well, I guess it technically starts here, so I don't know, whatever.
everything runs ASM. Every program you compile, it's ASM.
Wait, is it
But a Java
is it too late now?
VM in the kernel, I think we can all agree is wrong. It's not like crazy far off, but it's his next prediction that feels instead of having like your op.
Well, where was the prediction exactly? Was it between here and here? 2028. So I guess 2028. I don't know, whatever. Somewhere around then. It's probably too late to fulfill the prophecy. So, whatever, I'll just get stuff done. This future's coming though. Just freaking insanely fast operating system. Nothing really to do with JavaScript. It's just like, I guess JavaScript, the money will fund the rest of it, whatever. It's not really Trojan horse. It's more like food. It's like feeding the beast. That's even better. How would you draw a beast? No, I gotta get something done. Last thing you want to do is feed the beast.
System and these calls between ring 0 and ring 3 and having
Man, it has nothing to do with JavaScript though. That's like operating system design. I think he's like mixing it up, whatever. I need some more water. I'm gonna get some water. And then I might have to play paint dry. I don't know. I gotta set up these folders and stuff for JavaScript, not JavaScript engine, for a game engine thing. I'm gonna get something done, so I'm gonna shut up, get some water, and then get something done. Oh, and then subscribe, whatever. Or don't, do whatever you want, I don't care. And then don't do what people tell you to do. You do you, not what people say. Man, I gotta get something done. It's only been 3 hours. Only 3 hours. Oh, it feels like forever. Time goes by really slowly when you're stalling to do something you gotta do. I gotta get this done. Oh, so slowly. Time scheduler. Oh, this stuff's getting complicated. I gotta figure stuff out. I think I'm gonna like try to rename some stuff. I started renaming, I think a week ago. The last like 5-10 streams. Yeah, pretty bad. This is taking way longer than I thought. Game engine. I need a shader program. That's all I need. I'm doing all this extra stuff because it's about the process. I need to have my feet wet in everything. So I can like get forward faster with the rest of the stuff. I basically have the CPU figured out. I'm doing like 64-bit only. Like ARM xe6. So I'm doing 64-bit only because my JavaScript engine it needs to page for more memory because I made it for like actual number crunching. So it actually uses RAM and it is really fast. So I don't want to do paging. I want to take that part out of the engine. So if I 64-bit, I get the bigger address space. And I don't need paging. And also, I thought ARM processors. That they'd be more standardized. But apparently, they're not. So like going to 64-bit, it doesn't fix anything or help very much in the case of ARM CPUs. So like input devices maybe. Mouse, keyboard. So I need like a shader program. Basically shader glass. So I need this for Windows. Or for Linux, whatever, because I'm on Linux. And Safari's out of date. So like pixelates the screen. So I need to like pixelate the screen to stream it so I don't show all the code when I go through JavaScript, standard, whatever, because I'm going to stream the whole thing. Meet the standard, then release an engine. So I like make this program. So like this program, Shitterglass, whatever, doesn't run on Arch Linux for Windows. I tried it in Wine, but it needs like Windows desktop capture or something. So it's not worth. I'm just making my own thing. So I don't need sound or devices or really CPU. So for like the Shitterglass program, all I really need is GPU. So I'm trying to throw in the rest of this. CPU, sound devices. So I have like the base layer for like the game engine. And then I was gonna like make a web browser, but the web is so not secure. The web is terrible. Like I cannot run any libraries without like tons of like security possibility. Freaking exploitation, oh my god. It is so bad. So if I make a game engine, I'll have to make like, I'll just like make something that simulates the web browser without running any browser code. It'll just like look the same, but it's not going to be connected. Basically, it's on the internet. Well, that's like later, but anyways. Or not, who knows what's going to happen. Only time will tell. So I gotta get like all these things. I don't need to, but I have to get my feet wet. So the rest of the stuff will go much smoother. Otherwise, I'll finish up the JavaScript engine. I'll meet the standard. And all that stuff, and then be like, shit, and I gotta like figure out the GPU, figure out the sound. So I guess like research and development. I don't know, that's the process. Time scheduler. I'm gonna like rename stuff, I guess. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Because there's like ordering. It's not just time. It's like it has to happen at a sample per second. But then nodes have nodes and they have nodes. This is getting complicated. So there's a pointer where you point to a thing. And then there's that in-between area. That's where the performance is. That area in between. Nobody explores it. This here. It's not just a pointer or a parent. Oh, it's complicated. Oh, the program stopped working. YouTube, like, is not. Promoting the stream, whatever. just like stop doing it. So like whatever, but any questions? Happy helpful. Oh my god, why can't this program just work? Things always break or seem like they're falling apart before they get better. That's probably why big tech has gotten so bad. It's just building up and building up and building up. It's like something's coming. Something's gonna happen. It's only a matter of time. Because they can't just keep getting worse. At some point, something will come along and change the whole situation. It's like this is basically my problem. Oh my god, this program is terrible. I swear to cheese. Alright, so like this is more than just a pointer to pointer. I mean, we got like, would this be inbreeding? This is a funky situation. So like this here and this, they both update this and this, or not update. It depends on if it's going up or down. Are these being sent up to the parent thing, or is the parent thing sending the updates down to child things? So it's like two-way whatever. And that's another thing. some things update up and some things go down. So I got like, this is way more complicated than JavaScript. Like I already made an engine, I gotta meet the standard. But that was way easier than this. This is like actually really complicated, holy fuck. There's like multiple actual devices. JavaScript, it's made up types. It's just data, there's no devices. This involves game engine, the Vulkan API, the CPU, the sound. That's not just different devices, that's like entirely different world. And it's way more complicated. Oh my goodness. It's not even touching it. Why is it grabbing that? Alright, so I have a time schedule or whatever. That's whatever, fine and dandy. Except the ordering of the things in the time scheduler. This is annoying. When it updates, I need to update these, whatever. Three, one of them doesn't matter. If there's a relationship like this, there's this thing in between here. Where this thing has to happen before this thing, and then go into this thing, and then here. But then this one has to run, and then you play. And this one's played here. After this thing, after that thing, like the solution is I'm keeping it this way because this is like flexible as hell. I want to make it like an actual game engine, like super advanced. It's not even. It's more like a. I'm not gonna call it a game engine. It's not a game engine. It's more than that. Because the game engine's like normally just made to make a game. Oh, and then chatbot. I didn't realize this, but if you made an operating system, let's say like rendering, or how many CPUs does in most, or physical cores? So how many physical cores does i9 have? Why did I type 1? Not hyper or energy saving. Physical cores. And SAMD units. And then SAMD includes and SSC2. How much faster? Than the standard instruction set use. So like, if anybody wants to ask me about like CPU stuff, I don't know, answer what I know. But like, something's weird. It's like this stream. YouTube just like, that's it. So I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. YouTube sucks. I don't get how, like, how it says 5 max, whatever, but then that translates to views. How is 35 views equal to like 5 people watching? This is not 35 people. What about all these points? Literally does not make sense. Whatever though. So any questions, happy to help. If I can answer it. I could probably do better than chatbot does. Chatbot doesn't know anything. It's like I9. "24 cores? What?" AVX 512 disabled on many consumer chips. Four times faster? Or however, let's say it's like 24. I don't think it's 24. 8 times faster. I don't think it's 24. Eight cores, 16 core, 24 core. Alright, maybe they are cores. I guess technically then. Alright, let's say it's 24 cores. About 24. Double check. 24. 24 cores. Alright, let's say you want to render a video, okay? You want to render a video. So the modern operating system does this thing called jack of all trades. Everything's running at every single core, random ass times. Let's say there's a real operating system that lets you like dedicate hardware support to whatever program you pick as a user, because that's the point of being a user, is you use the hardware. That's why you have the hardware to use it. So let's say you're rendering a video and it's a real operating system. Like a real, like what he's talking about here. Which really isn't JavaScript. The, like, the ring levels and stuff.
Really, I mean, ultimately, I think we can all agree is wrong. It's not like crazy far off, but it's his next prediction that it feels unbelievable. So his final stage prediction is actually called metal, where instead of having like your operating system and these calls between ring 0 and ring 3 and having to have a bunch of overhead from having indirection of memory, instead you just put,
because like JavaScript is so performance bad memory wise, there's so much indirection, you'd have to like, you need like an engine like mine to run, like my engine to be able to do this, whatever.
JavaScript VM in the kernel and everything just has VM isolation and everything runs ASM. Every program you compile, it's
stuck.
ASM. That girl you were talking to earlier just put a Java.
Man, Safari's laggy. Alright, so like an operating system like that, as long as it's like real JavaScript, not like the crappy JavaScript we have now, it is like freaking kernel level. Well, basically replacing the kernel, a different kind of kernel. If that was a thing, and you bought your hardware like the i9, and you know how long it takes to render a damn video? Like, I went to art school, I did like freaking movie class, using freaking, oh, so slow to render videos. So you pay money for this CPU, whatever, and then the modern operating system is like, you really can't control the resources. So like a real operating system, when you pay money for something, you should be able to use it because that's why you paid for it. That's why you bought the hardware. So 24 cores. Let's say it's a real operating system. So on a real operating system, you could say like allocate, like technically speaking, 1 core or a teeny piece of it's gonna have to run. So let's just say like 23 cores. And then the other core will run all the other ends, so like the stuff that needs to run to keep the OS running. But you dedicate 23 cores to rendering the video. It's like this is for the OS. The 24. Then the rest of them, those go to rendering the video. Like when you render a video, imagine how fast it'd be. If you could dedicate 23 of the cores, then you could like render video and be like zoom. That'd be fucking insane. And in any modern OS, it'd be so out of date. Alright, so it says, and then each performance core contains SIMD execution units. So like the modern OS, it pages whatever. You know what, I gotta get something done. I'm gonna chat about that. Alright, so there are 24 SIMD units. It says it's 24 cores. Oh, execution units are not cores. That makes no sense. SAMD units are not even a thing. They're not a physical thing. Then. It doesn't have 24 cores. I'm not gonna waste my time figuring this out. Alright, I'm just gonna chat about it. So how fast would a video render compared to the modern OS? With task switching and stuff like that. If a real OS could dedicate 23 cores to render a video and use the full extended instruction set optimally, SAMD and like everything available. Because when the video is rendering, you gotta like walk away from the computer. So like you could toggle it on off. Say like, alright, 23 cores, render, and then one core would run. Or you could also task schedule that one core and still use it for rendering. Or because it'd be optional if it was a real operating system. Then the one core would run the OS background tasks. So clearly, in this situation, tasks are not evenly distributed because it's intentional. Because you toggle it and say, alright, just render the freaking video and get this done as fast as possible. Alright, so background tasks, so one core for OS, but toggle on off when CPU would run in render mode. Or whatever other mode. It says dedicating 23 cores and fully using SMD would speed up rendering a lot, but not nearly as much as 23 times faster than a modern OS. Is already allows renderers to use almost all cores in SMD, so the gain on a custom OS would usually be modest. No, it wouldn't. Only 2 to 5% gain. It says OS is not the bottleneck. Yes, it is. Alright. Okay, so on Arch Linux, how do I tell? This is an old First gen i7. How many physical build cores does an 8 times Intel? It's probably 8 gigahertz have. What? It doesn't have 8? Oh my god, even this is a lie. It's 4, isn't it? Oh, it's terrible. So the real, it probably has 12 cores. The i9. Man, advertising. That's not advertising, that's lying. Alright, so how do I tell Arch Linux to use 1 core for the OS and then use 3 cores for Sublime Text? On my 17-year-old computer, I think it's 17. If the modern OS is not the bottleneck. Why does it spell neck like that? I always add an N or a K to it. It's like me. Neck. It says you can control which cores on the OS in Sublime Text by using CPU affinity, optionally CPU isolation. Wait, is this possible? That disables cores, it doesn't enable them. Wait, you can disable and then use them as it's running? What? I don't believe it. It doesn't matter. A real OSO. Feel like pick however many cores and just like render video like and this program is stuck. This program is terrible. Man, this stream is really stuck. It's like a freaking zombie land. Or whatever. Or it's like these nodes, whatever. I think I gotta like left to right. I think technically. It doesn't really matter which order they run in. But up and down it does. So the GPU, they say parallel, parallel, parallel. So this might be like a parallel thing. Oh, that's Chaput actually. Except what I think though is that I gotta split like this. So I run these things, these things, these things, these things. As long as like these things update before these things, then it's good. Well, basically just this one in this case. But like if this one updates before this one, then it fucks it up. So time scheduler, I think if I'm able to draw a line down it like that, I treat the nodes in the tree, whatever, because some things will end up with this relationship. It's getting complicated. And that makes it easier to make stuff. To like connect nodes or whatever. By easier, I mean like it takes less time to set stuff up. Time is money. I'm still thinking this through. So, I'm stalling. So I pass it into time scheduler. Not even taking all this into account. God, this is so complicated. Freaking separate routines for every single device. Separate bookkeeping. All the devices. GPU sound, file system. Input. I'm gonna have it so you can like have any of these things noted up. Doesn't matter if it's sound, if it's GPU, if it's code. A node is a node. And I gotta figure out this. So I think it means in the time scheduler. That I would have to delay these from running for like a gap in time, whatever. but not really delay. Technically speaking, it's not a delay. It'd be ordering. If I order things correctly, there won't be a delay. And then it's like, well, why don't you just like order all these things in a row? And it's like, yeah, right. What if there's like another node? This is so complicated. Maybe it doesn't have that layer. But in this case, and this node over here, let's say this is GPU. Sound. So I don't know, whatever kind of node it is. This one has a bubble. And this one doesn't. This one has no bubbles. This program's stuck. This program is garbage. It's 2026. We don't have hoverboards. The least we could get, you would think, is working software. Is efficient JavaScript? Is a real operating system? But no. That's not what you get. You're a customer, you buy something, and then you get fucked. And then big tech monitors you, sells your data, and they have this weird power grab. And that's the real world. Literally, what the hell? Let's say there's another node. It's like a player input or something. So maybe this is like mic, keyboard, controller, I don't know, whatever. Like player input. So with one node, it's like, well, clearly all I gotta do is this. I just order them like this. You have to send an update up the tree, and I go up the tree in that order. That's what I thought at first, and then I'm like, realized, I don't know, I stopped streaming for a bit. I took a couple days, whatever. Just stuff. So then, now though, these have to finish. Also, it's not just one node. And then there's still this bubble where time has to happen, or not time, just a distance, a gap, before running these. Because if it runs that one first, then that one didn't update yet. So even in this case, whatever, you could say like, oh, we'll just run them all in a row. Well, now it works. So I gotta set it up. So that's, I don't know, that just answered my own thing. So if I didn't draw these lines, I'm like, how do I make sure these things end up in the correct order and remove the bubbles? It's not super obvious as you grab them like this. That's not really obvious. And there's one more thing. A nice chat bot, what would it do? Would it do this? I'm gonna get something done. this is taking way too long. So I like already have devices organized by type or whatever. So like anything that's like GPU related is like I have like I guess a pipeline or routing, whatever you want to call it. So it does only that thing in this line, only that thing in this line, this line. So with threading, I could like throw off a chunk of this to the thread. You'd be like, oh, the thread can handle all of this or whatever. Or I can like chunk it up and do like part to one thread, part to the other. And then it gets complicated because like the nodes are like this. It holds different types, not just GPU things. The GPU thing may hold a sound thing, but it doesn't matter. Technically, it can signal to the node that there's a signal. Like if there's a sound to play. It doesn't matter though, because it's whoa, did my computer just die? It doesn't matter though, because it happens, and the time that it happens is a relation between the GPU and the sound. So when you connect the sound node to the GPU node, like if this node is like to play sound, or whatever, there's some conditional control flow like if on or off, whatever. You know what? I don't know, whatever. So everything's this last little part. So I want to see what chatbot says. It might actually figure this out really quick. And it might say this. You know, like this, whatever. Or it might be completely different, and maybe there's something I'm missing. Paste chatbot, see what it says. YouTube is not promoting the stream at all. So I don't know if anybody has opinions, but there's no one there. So whatever. How would one ensure correct ordering if passed into a time scheduler? So nodes, so the correct nodes complete before the nodes any of them. And also going up the tree. So nodes update only the parent nodes. And also in the order. So the parent nodes. Update before the correct parent nodes that hold those parent nodes. And the nodes can have multiple different types. Like the GPU can hold a sound node. And whatever. I have that part figured out. So I'll go to the correct device at the correct time, the correct samples per second. With total ordering. It's like deterministic ordering. This is like Unity and Unreal Engine, but like a super game engine. Let's see what chatbot says. I don't want to ask chatbot certain things, because then they could take it and put it in a chatbot, and then give it to someone else. So I'm trying not to ask it tons of stuff and figure it out. I'll just paste this in and see what it says. It might say the same exact thing as this, whatever. Assuming this is like how so, whatever. And it's doing what it does. When describing deterministic deployment or dependency graph scheduler where each node runs only after its dependency is complete and the parents update in the correct order across multiple devices. GPU sound input with fixed scale input updates is essentially topologically scheduled multi-device execution graph. Here's the correct way to think about it. Yeah, as if it knows. These nodes may depend on multiple children, exist different devices, run different update rates. Directed in a cyclic graph DAG with device scheduling. Leaf nodes, parents, higher parents root. Split by device. So same thing. So even chatbot can figure it out. So it's not that complicated. but it is. Ooh, it's gonna make some code. I want to see that. It's easy to make a diagram. Real simple. I mean, Unity, Unreal Engine, they literally probably say, this is how it runs. We have a super optimized blah blah blah. Or they'll say like, in concept, it basically is like this. Where it's like each device is separate in its own little slot. They say, well, in concept, that is how it runs. But, yeah. A tree graph schedule and not just a tree update. The moment the nodes can depend on multiple parents, different devices. Even though it looks like a tree, this, well, yeah, nodes feed multiple, whatever. No cycles allowed, or you need special handling. I'm going to turn cycles into loops. Think like a count. Like default to 1. Or you can pick like 200. You got 200 loops of whatever thing. You can like template something and then stamp it out without needing code. Like, this answer sucks. I want to see what it makes for this. I'll click this for once. You know when politicians are like, you need a 10-step plan or whatever it is? That's what chatbot does. It like outputs, explains away, overlay explains. To make it appear as if, yeah. Need more water. I don't know, like, check what chatbot says. Okay, so like I get YouTube. Like, my streams are no more boring. Well, this is some like gang stalking. Okay, anyways, I need the haters. You guys gotta come back. Come on, guys. I need the haters to come back. Come back to daddy. Come on now. Come to daddy. I mean, don't you wanna like hate me? I mean, don't you hate me? What, is it not fun anymore? Come on, guys. I mean, YouTube's not promoting me. I don't got time. No, whatever. You guys are dumb. At least one hater clicked dislike. That's nice. I'm glad a couple of you are out there. So it's not, I don't know, whatever. Like, around here, YouTube's like, boom. They're just like, not promoting me. But then, I don't normally get dislike. I don't think so. I don't know, a couple people, 4 people. Just whatever, here, there, whatever. But like up here, I don't know, people got things to do. I have been streaming at night. Except someone here gave me this like, you know, you can always like argue to me in the chat. I love to argue. You want to tell me why you don't like the stream? Just let me know. I mean, the chat's on now. I had the chat off because I don't know, I want to wait for things to die down. Chat's on now. So like, if you got anything to say, go ahead. I don't bite. Oh, I need the haters to come back. Baby, come back. Oh, YouTube sucks. Oh, and then, I don't know. If you have programming questions, chat's on now. Other than haters, it's like a different thing. dependency count, parents count. Oh, so it's working with like fixed sizes. That's not flexible. Each layer executes in terms of order. Oh, this is so broken in so many ways. It's not even worth it. Well, that wasn't helpful. Still run. Yes. I did work on some of the stuff. I had to make the screen tiny. And like, I guess, play paint drying. Because I gotta get this program done. And I can like leave it full screen. Because that's the whole point of the shitter class program. I can like pixelate the screen and leave it full screen. but this is not pixelated. This is just the desktop, so I get this done. So since I can't pixelate it, because it's not done yet, what is this?
Before Orange Theory.
That was loud. Okay, giant. So I don't know. Any program questions? Shoot. Or not. YouTube is playing games. YouTube plays games. People play games. I don't have time to play games. I need some done. I need to eat something. Let me get to programming. I just need more caffeine.
declaration, a sync-generator declaration, and variable declaration bindings in global code for the associated realm. Global this value, an object, the value returned by this in global scope. Hosts may provide any ECMA script object value. Declarative record. A declarative environment record contains bindings for all declarations in global code for the associated realm code except for function declaration, generator declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generator declaration, and variable declaration bindings. var names, a list of strings. The string names bound by function declaration, generator declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generator declaration, and variable declarations in global code for the associated realm. ECMA International 2024, 43, Table 21. Additional methods of global environment records. Method purpose: get this binding, return the value of this environment records this binding, has a if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a variable declaration, function declaration, generator declaration, a sync function declaration, or a sync generator declaration, has lexical declaration, n, determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration, has restricted global property, n, determines if the argument is the name of a global object property that may not be shadowed by a global lexical binding, can declare global var, n, determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, n, can declare global function, n, determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, n, create global var binding, n, d, used to create and initialize to undefined a global var binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a var. The string value n is the bound name. If d is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows var declarations to receive special treatment. Create global function binding, n, v, d, create and initialize a global function binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a function. The string value n is the bound name. V is the initialization value. If the Boolean argument d is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows function declarations to receive special treatment. The behavior of the concrete specification methods for global environment records is defined by the following algorithms. 1, 4, 1 has binding, n, the has binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n, is true, return true. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec has binding, n, 1, 4, 2 create mutable binding, n, d, the create mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new mutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. The binding is created in the associated 44 copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 declarative record. A binding for n must not already exist in the declarative record. If d is true, the new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n, is true, throw a type error exception. Return dclrec create mutable binding, n, d, 1, 4, 3 create a mutable binding, n, s, the create immutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new immutable binding for the num_n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment. Record for n if s is true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, throw a type error exception. Return dclrec create a mutable binding, n s for initialize binding, n v. The initialize binding concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v. An uninitialized binding for n must already exist. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return dclrec initialize binding, n v. Assert if the binding exists, it must be in the object environment. Record. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec initialize binding, n v, 1 1 4 5 set mutable binding, n v s. The set mutable binding concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMA script language value, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v if the binding is an immutable binding and s is true. A type error is thrown. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by s. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return dclrec set mutable binding, n v s. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec set mutable binding, n v s, 1 1 4 6 get binding value, n s. The get binding value concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n if the binding is an uninitialized binding. Throw a reference error exception. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by s. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return dclrec get binding value, n s. ECMA International 2024 145 3. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec get binding value, n s, 1 1 4 7 delete binding, n. The delete binding concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return dclrec delete binding, n. Let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be has own property global object, n. If existing prop is true, then a let status be objrec delete binding, n. B. If status is true and envrec contains n, then I remove n from envrec. C. Return status. Return true, 1 1 4 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called. Return true, 1 1 4 9 has super binding. The has super binding concrete method of a global environment. Record envrec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a global environment record env rect takes no arguments and returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined 9, 1, 1, 4, 1, 1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record env rect takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing an object. It performs the following steps when called return env rec 146 ECMA International 2024. Note: global environment records always provide a this binding. Note: global environment records do not provide a super binding. 9, 1, 1, 4, 1, 2 Hasvar declaration. N. The Hasvar declaration concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a variable statement or a function declaration. It performs the following steps when called let var declared names be env rec. If var declared names contains n, return true, return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 3 has lexical declaration. N. The has lexical declaration concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec be env rec. Return: DCL rec has binding n, 1, 1, 4, 1, 4 has restricted global property. N. The has restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is the name of a property of the global object that must not be shadowed by a global lexical binding. It performs the following steps when called let obj rec be env rec. Let global object be obj rec. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return false. If existing prop is true, return false. Return true, the 1st of April 2015 can declare global var. N. The can declare global var concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument and redundant var declarations and var declarations for pre-existing global object properties are allowed. It performs the following steps when called let obj rec be env rec. Let global object be obj rec. Let has property b. Has own property, global object. N. If has property is true, return true. Return is extensible, global object. Note: properties may exist upon a global object that were directly created rather than being declared using a var or function declaration. A global lexical binding may not be created that has the same name as a non-configurable property of the global object. The global property undefined is an example of such a property. ECMA International 2024 147, 9, 1, 1, 4, 1, 6 can declare global function. N. The can declare global function concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, and it performs the following steps when called let obj rec be env rec. Let global object be obj rec. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return is extensible, global object. If existing prop is true, return true. If is data descriptor, existing prop is true and existing prop has attribute values, true, enumerable, true, return true, return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 7 create global var binding. N. D. The create global var binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is reused and assumed to be initialized. It performs the following steps when called: let objrec be envrec, let global object be objrec, let has property be has own property, global object, n, let extensible be is extensible, global object. If has property is false and extensible is true, then a perform. Objrec create mutable binding, n, d, b perform. Objrec initialize binding, n, undefined. If envrec does not contain n, then a append enter envrec 7. Return unused, 1, 1, 4, 1, 8 create global function binding, n, v, d. The create global function binding can prep e method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMA script language value, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 replaced. It performs the following steps when called: let objrec be envrec, let global object be objrec, let existing prop be global object, n. If existing prop is undefined or existing prop is true, then a let desc be the property descriptor, v, true, true, d, else a let desc be the property descriptor, v, perform. Define property or throw, global object, n, desc, perform. Set, global object, n, v, false. If envrec does not contain n, then a append enter envrec. Return unused, 48. ECMA International 2024. Note: global function declarations are always represented as own properties of the global object. If possible, an existing own property is reconfigured to have a standard set of attribute values. Step 7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would do, and if global object is a proxy will produce the same sequence of proxy trap calls, 1, 1, 5 module environment records. A module environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the outer scope of an ECMA script module. In addition to normal mutable and immutable bindings, module environment records also provide immutable import bindings, which are bindings that provide indirect access to a target binding that exists in another environment record. Module environment records support all of the declarative environment record methods listed in Table 16 and share the same specifications for all of those methods except for get binding value, delete binding, has this binding, and get this binding. In addition, module environment records support the methods listed in Table 22. Table 22, additional methods of module environment records. The behavior of the additional concrete specification methods for module environment records are defined by the following algorithms: 1, 1, 5, 1 get binding value, n, s. The get binding value concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n. However, if the binding is an indirect binding, the value of the target binding is returned. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown. It performs the following steps when called: assert, s is true, assert, envrec has a binding for n. If the binding for n is an indirect binding, then a let m and n2 be the indirection values provided when this binding for n was created. B let target env be m. C if target env is empty, throw a reference error exception. D return target env get binding value, n2, true. If the binding for n in envrec is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to n in envrec. Note s will always be true because a module is always strict mode code 9, 1, 1, 5, to delete binding. N. The delete binding concrete method of a module environment record is never used within this specification. Method, purpose, create import binding, N, M, N2, create an immutable indirect binding in a module environment record. The string value N is the text of the bound name. M is a module record, and N2 is a binding that exists in M's module environment record. Get this binding, return the value of this environment records this binding. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 149. Note: module environment records are only used within strict code, and an early error rule prevents the delete operator, in strict code, from being applied to a reference record that would resolve to a module environment record binding. C13 5 1 1, 1 1 5 3 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a module environment record env-rec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called: return true, 1 1 5 4 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a module environment record env-rec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing undefined. It performs the following steps when called: return undefined, 1 1 5 create import binding, N, M, N2. The create import binding concrete method of a module environment record env-rec takes arguments N, a string, M, a module record, and N2, a string, and returns unused. It creates a new initialized immutable indirect binding for the name N. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for N. N2 is the name of a binding that exists in M's module environment record. Accesses to the value of the new binding will indirectly access the bound value of the target binding. It performs the following steps when called: assert. env-rec does not already have a binding for N. Assert. When M is instantiated, it will have a direct binding for N2. Create an immutable indirect binding in env-rec for N that references M and N2 as its target binding, and record that the binding is initialized. Return unused, 1.2 environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon environment records. 9 1 2 1 get identifier reference, env name strict. The abstract operation get identifier reference takes arguments env, an environment record or null, name, a string, and strict, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: if env is null, then A return the reference record, unresolvable, name, strict. This value, empty. Let exists be env has binding, name. If exists is true, then A return the reference record, env, name, strict, empty. Else, 150, ECMA International 2024. Note: module environment records always provide this binding. AB, let outer be env, return, get identifier reference, outer, name, strict. 9 1 2 to new declarative environment, E. The abstract operation new declarative environment takes argument E, an environment record or null, and returns a declarative environment record. It performs the following steps when called: let env be a new declarative environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env, 1 2 3 new object environment, O, W, E. The abstract operation new object environment takes arguments O, an object, W, a boolean, and E, an environment record or null, and returns an object environment record. It performs the following steps when called: let env be a new object environment record. Set env to O, set env to W, set env to E. Return env, 1 2 4 new function environment, F. New target. The abstract operation new function environment takes arguments F, an ECMA script function object, and new target, an object or undefined, and returns a function environment record. It performs the following steps when called: let env be a new function environment record containing no bindings. Set env to F. If F is lexical, set env to lexical. Else, set env to uninitialized. Set env to new target. Set env to F. Return env, 1 2, 5 new global environment, G, this value. The abstract operation new global environment takes arguments G, an object, and this value, an object, and returns a global environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let obj rec be new object environment, G, false, null. Let dcl rec be new declarative environment, null. Let env be a new global environment record. Set env to obj rec. Set env to this value. Set env to dcl rec. Set env to a new empty list. Set env to null. Return env, 1, 2, 6 new module environment, E. The abstract operation new module environment takes argument E, an environment record, and returns a module environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new module environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env. ECMA International, 2024 151, 9.2 Private environment records. A private environment record is a specification mechanism used to track private names based upon the lexical nesting structure of class declarations and class expressions in a CMA script code. They are similar to, but distinct from, environment records. Each private environment record is associated with a class declaration or class expression. Each time such a class is evaluated, a new private environment record is created to record the private names declared by that class. Each private environment record has the fields defined in Table 23. Table 23. Private environment record fields. Field name, value type, meaning, outer private environment. A. Private environment record or null. The private environment record of the nearest containing class null if the class with which this private environment record is associated is not contained in any other class. Names, a list of private names. The private names declared by this class. 9. 2. 1 Private environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon private environment records. 9. 2. 1. 1 new private environment. Outer privy NV. The abstract operation new private environment takes argument outer privy NV, a private environment record or null, and returns a private environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be a new empty list. Return the private environment record. Outer privy NV. Names, 2, 1. 2 Resolve private identifier. Privy NV. Identifier. The abstract operation resolve private identifier takes arguments privy NV, a private environment record, and identifier, a string, and returns a private name. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be privy NV. For each private name Pn of names, do A of Pn is identifier. Then, I return Pn. Let outer privy NV be privy NV. Assert. Outer privy NV is not null. Return resolve private identifier. Outer privy NV. Identifier. 3 realms. Before it is evaluated, all ECMA script code must be associated with a realm. Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMA script global environment, all of the ECMA script code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the fields specified in Table 24, 52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 24. Realm record fields, field name, agent signifier, intrinsics, global object, global ENV, template map, an object or undefined value, an agent signifier, a record whose field names are intrinsic keys and whose values are objects, a global environment record, a list of records with fields, a template literal parse node, and V, an array, F, the agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the G, global environment for this realm, meaning, the intrinsic values used by code associated with this realm, a list of records, with fields are, a string, and a module record. Note 1 once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list. Anything default value is undefined. Note 2 as mentioned in host load imported module 1621 8 Note 1 in realm records is only used when running an import. expression in a context where there is no active script or module field reserved for use by hosts that need to associate additional information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately for each realm using its realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated ALU is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9, 3, 1 create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns a realm record. It performs the following steps when called let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec, set realm rec to agent signifier, set realm rec to undefined, set realm rec to undefined, set realm rec to a new empty list, return realm rec, ECMA International 2024 153, 9, 3, 2 create intrinsics. Realm rec, the abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function, steps, length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype, where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function's length property. Slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots. And prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform add restrict. Add function properties. Realm rec. Return unused. 3.3 set realm global object. Realm rec. Global obj. This value. The abstract operation set realm global object takes arguments realm rec. A realm record, global obj, an object or undefined, and this value, an object or undefined, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called if global obj is undefined. Then, A let intrinsics be realm rec, B set global obj to ordinary object create, intrinsics, assert. Global obj is an object, if this value is undefined. Set this value to global obj, set realm rec to global obj, let new global env be new global environment, global obj, this value, set realm rec to new global env, return unused, 3.4 set default global bindings, realm rec, the abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called let global be realm rec. For each property of the global object specified in clause 19, do A let name be the string value of the property name, B let desc be the fully populated data property descriptor for the property, containing the specified attributes for the property. The properties listed in 19.2, 19.3, or 19.4 the value of the attribute is the corresponding intrinsic object from realm rec. C perform. Define property or throw, global, name, desc, return global. Point 4 execution contexts. An execution context is a specification device that is used to track the runtime evaluation of code by an ECMA script implementation. At any point in time, there is at most one execution context per agent that is actually executing code. This is known as the agent's running execution context. All references to the running execution context in this specification denote the running execution context of the surrounding agent. The execution context stack is used to track execution contexts. The running execution context is always the top element of this stack. A new execution context is created whenever control is transferred from the executable code associated with the currently running execution context to executable code that is not associated with that. 54. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Execution context. The newly created execution context is pushed onto the stack and becomes the running execution context. An execution context contains whatever implementation-specific state is necessary to track the execution progress of its associated code. Each execution context has at least the state components listed in Table 25. Table 25. State components for all execution contexts. Component, purpose, code evaluation state, any state needed to perform, suspend, and resume evaluation of the code associated with this execution context. Function, if this execution context is evaluating the code of a function object, then the value of this component is that function object. If the context is evaluating the code of a script or module, the value is null. Realm, the realm record from which associated code accesses ECMA script resources.
So things are named.
Dual record or script record from which associated code originates. Originating script or module, as is the case for the original execution context created in initialize host defined realm. The value is null. Evaluation of code by the running execution context may be suspended at various points within this.
I literally can't put this off anymore. I gotta fucking do this now. This is so annoying.
Different execution context.
Like there's like mesh or image or reel for like video.
Waiting its
I gotta give it GPU
the timer suspend.
in the front of the name.
Text may again become the.
And find everything named.
Continue evaluating its code at the.
Oh my god.
Transition of the running execution context status among execution contexts usually
Maybe I could leave it backwards.
out manner. However, some ECM
And
features
use a
recognition
separate define
of the running execution context.
defined to the forwards definition.
Context is also called the current realm record.
That
Component of the running execution context is also called the active function object.
might not be a good idea.
Execution contexts have the additional state components listed in Table 26. Table 26. Additional state components for ECMA script code execution contexts. Component, purpose,
Because when I rename these,
identifies the environment record used to resolve identifier references made by code within this execution context. Variable environment identifies the environment record that holds bindings created by variable statements within this execution context.
I'm gonna find what token to use to extend it
Environment
between
name
the first keyword and the second.
it's in the nearest containing class null if there environment and variable environment components of an execution context are always
I rename these,
execution.
they're gonna be this.
The evaluation of generators have the additional state components listed in Table 27, ECMA International 2024 155. Table 27, additional state components for generator execution contexts. In most situations, only the running execution context, the top of the execution context,
And at the end of it
manipulated
will be this part.
in this specification.
So if I rename it
Physical
and I miss any,
and variable environment are
then they're all mixed up
reference to those
as GPU.
running execution context. An execution context
I think there's a couple places where
and mechanism
I tagged it with this
to any particular
just to like identify it.
script implementation
I think I like having,
possible for each
I gotta just get this done. This is annoying.
X.
I can't half-ass rename it.
.1
I gotta rename everything in one go.
The abstract operation get
How many times does $sign show up?
arguments and returns a script record, a module record, or null. It is used to determine the running script or module based on the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called if the execution context stack is
Those.
be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is not null. If no such
I'm using $sign to print stuff.
return null. Otherwise, return X script or module, 4.2 resolve binding, name, env. The abstract operation resolve binding takes argument,
Oh my god, I gotta find these.
optional argument,
I think I named them A, B, and 0.
record or under
Why did I do that?
either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw complete.
I forgot I was using the $sign for shit.
Binding of name env can be used to explicitly provide the environment
Nothing is named A.
recording. It performs
Oh, damn it.
if env is not present or env is undefined. Then, a set env to the running execution context's lex.
What about
Assert. env is an environment record if the source text matched by the syntactic production that is being evaluated is contained in strict mode. Code. Let strict be
I didn't even name them in order. I just picked a letter
by reference.
randomly. I'm like, I'll use B for this.
Strict, 4.3 get this environment. The abstract operation get this environment takes no argument.
Why do I do things like that?
Record. It finds the environment
And then I'm like, I'll come back to it in a week.
of the keyword.
And it's like,
It performs the following steps when called. Running execution context's lexical environment 2. Repeat. Component purpose. Generator the generator that this
weeks later, and it's like,
100.
well, what the hell was, where did I leave off at?
2024. Note the result of resolve binding is always a reference record whose field is name.
Yeah, mesh, still, real,
This by
for video, like, whatever.
an env. Let out to be env. Assert. Out.
So I got $0.
Note the loop
I think there's a 1 and a 2 and a B.
of environments always ends with the global environment which has this binding, 4.4 resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion contain on an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It determines the binding of the keyword thus using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let envrec beget this environment. Return
$0 this many.
4.5 get new target. The abstract operation get new target takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let envrec
Wow, 123, that's just cool. That means I'm on track.
vrec, 4.
Freaking 123 things.
The abstract operation get global object
And freaking however many else.
and an object
Oh my god.
used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. 2.5 let current
I'm gonna eat some food.
return current realm jobs and host operations to end.
Go through.
Job is an abstract closure with no parameters that initiates an ECMA script computation. Computation is currently in progress. Jobs
These things are like
ECMA script host environments in a particular agent.
macros I concat to make the name.
The host hooks host enquid generic job. Capital H O S T capital E N Q
I can't just simply.
U E I N
I need some food.
Z A T I O N capital R E G I
I'm gonna have to figure out how to like
R host enquid
rename it
host enquid timeout job to schedule jobs. The host hook
without like
organized by the
restructuring it.
on the scheduling of jobs. Host
Dear God, that'll take forever.
operations which schedule jobs. Such operations accept a job abstract closure and a realm record or null, as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be put
Is any macro this is tied to?
in the agent that owns the realm,
When did you update also?
provided instead for the realm.
So
CMA script
I can't just like add
implementation
GPU in here.
following requirements.
Like simply add it.
When there is no running
Or I can. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
scheduled and that agent
I'm gonna have to like do this
stack is empty, the implementation
and then use some token between.
steps invoke the job abstract closure,
That's the only way this is possible.
after which the execution context stack must be empty. Only one job may be actively undergoing evaluation at any point in time in an agent. Once evaluation of
So I have to make an in-between macro
before evaluation of any other job starts in an
to concat a couple different things to match the new macro. And then that way I get
handling of errors
all of
in and
the things, whatever,
note one
without breaking everything or spending days.
treat jobs uniformly with
Days.
for example
Finding replacing.
JS treat promise handling jobs as a higher priority than other work. Future features may add job
Yes, totally.
priority at any particular time. Script or module. A script record.
I think that might actually work fine, like perfectly fine.
Script or module if all of the
Because all these things right now, they are
script
only GPU.
script or module if
So
script record or module
I can master place,
be the topmost
check it.
context under
They didn't like mingle with other words that are close to it.
or module component is script or module. The realm component of EC is script or module. At any
I think I'm gonna do that.
an execute
And I'll use the new macros
CMA script
with the
conditions are true.
the stupid naming convention I was gonna use. It doesn't, nothing matters.
The topmost
Everything's dumb.
the execution context stack.
Everything sucks.
Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 job callback records. A job callback record is a record value.
And nobody
An object
can really make money when everything's free,
are invoked via a
other than the people that take advantage of
host
the fact that there's a public domain and you can just take everything
abstract closure
and then call it AI.
or function objects directly. Use host
The only people that make money in this economy,
callback. Job call
fucking thieves.
listed in table 28. Table 28. Job callback record fields, 5.2 host make job callback. Callback. The host defined abstract operation host make job callback takes argument callback, a function object, and returns a job callback record. An implementation of host make job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must host record whose field is callback. Note to host environments may prepare an execution to evaluate code by pushing execution contexts onto the execution context stack. The specific steps are implementation defined. The specific choice of realm is up to the host environment. This initial execution context and realm is only in use before any callback function is invoked. When a callback function related to a job, like a promise handler, is invoked, the invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note the WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org. For example, uses the host-defined value to propagate the incumbent settings object for promise callbacks. Field name, value, meaning, callback, a function object, the function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host-defined
Alright, so first I think I'm gonna turn this one back on.
field reserved for use by hosts. 158, ECMA International 2024. The default implementation of host make job callback performs the following steps when called. 1.
I was gonna rename
Record.
or keep only 3 of these.
CMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of
And rename them to like
5.3 host call job callback. Job callback. V. Arguments list. Host defined abstract
GPU notation for like sound like MIDI
callback.
or device like keyboard or whatever. So I was gonna rename these 3
Script language value.
to this.
A list of ECMA script language values. And returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. An implementation of host call job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must perform and return the result of call. Job
And then go back through after
arguments list. The default implementation of host
and then rename these
forms the following.
to GPU.
Third is callable. Job
But then add a couple more for like those things.
call.
So I wanted to like do that.
V. Arguments list. ECMA script hosts that are not web
Except these are actually being used
meant
to render
job callback. For host language
the quads, so that's probably a really bad idea.
the host defined
I'll just end up with stuff
language
that has like mixed up names.
a job abstract closure.
So I'm not gonna do that.
A realm record and returns unused.
I'm gonna eat some food and then do something.
Signified by realm to be performed at some future time.
No matter what I do,
Just used with the
it's gonna suck to do it.
field without additional constraints, such as priority and ordering. An implementation of host language generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.5, 5 host language promise job. Job. Realm. the host-defined abstract operation host enqueue promise job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record or null, and returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the
Oh my god, I have so many files open.
Each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate time of job's invocation. Let script for module beget active script for module. At the time host enqueue promise job is invoked.
So I can just rename this crap.
Job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation defined steps such that script for module
And not break anything.
at the time of job's in
I'll add all the new stuff.
same order as the host enqueue promise job invocation.
And get this stupid time schedule stuff in.
The time that the callback is passed to the function
I am tired of this.
being a
Freaking tired of this.
for example, promise then
I'm tired of adding layers.
calls make job callback on then action at the time of invoking promise prototype then, not at the time of scheduling the reaction job. Note this requirement means
It's getting more and more complicated.
behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2024-159. Note the realm for jobs returned by new promise resolved thenable job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the then function object. Returned by new promise reaction job.
It sucks.
Calling get function realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, when get function realm completes abnormally, that is called on a revoked proxy. Realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm call. When the realm is null, no user ECMA script code will be evaluated and no new ECMA script objects, for example error objects, will be created. The WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org, for example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry, https://html.spec.whatwg.org entry. Concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job, realm, milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job, a job abstract closure, realm, a realm record, and milliseconds, a non-negative finite number, and returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.6 initialize host defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: let realm be create realm, let new context be a new execution context, set the function of new context to null, set the realm of new context to realm, set the script or module of new context to null, push new context onto the execution context stack. New context is now the running execution context. If the host requires use of an exotic object to serve as realm's global object, let global be such an object, created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let global be undefined, indicating that an ordinary object should be created as the global object. If the host requires that this binding in realm's global scope return an object other than the global object, let this value be such an object created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let this value be undefined, indicating that realm's global this binding should be the global object. Perform set realm global object, realm, global, this value 0. Let global obj be. Set default global bindings, realm 1. Create any host-defined global object properties on global obj 2. Return unused. 0.7 agents. An agent comprise is a set of ECMA script execution contexts, an execution context stack, a running execution context, an agent record, and an executing thread. Except for the executing thread, the constituents of an agent belong exclusively to that agent. An agent's executing thread executes algorithmic steps on the agent's execution contexts independently of other agents, except that an executing thread may be used as the executing thread by multiple agents, provided none of the agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1. Some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated tabs of a browser window. For example, 60. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. While an agent's executing thread is executing algorithmic steps, the agent is the surrounding agent for those steps. The steps use the surrounding agent to access the specification-level execution objects held within the agent, the running execution context, the execution context stack, and the agent record. S fields. An agent signifier is a globally unique opaque value used to identify an agent. Table 29. Agent record fields. Field name, value, meaning, little endian, a boolean. The default value computed for the is_little-endian parameter when it is needed by the algorithms get value from buffer and set value in buffer. The choice is implementation to find and should be the alternative that is most efficient for the implementation. Once the value has been observed, it cannot change. Can block, a boolean, determines whether the agent can block or not. Signifier. An agent signifier uniquely identifies the agent within its agent cluster. Is lock-free 1, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 1 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 2, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 2 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 8, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 8 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Candidate execution. A. Candidate execution record. See the memory model. Kept alive. A list of either objects or symbols. Initially a new empty list, representing the list of objects and/or symbols to be kept alive until the end of the current job. Once the values of and have been observed by any agent in the agent cluster, they cannot change. Note 2. The values of and are not necessarily determined by the hardware, but may also reflect implementation choices that can vary over time and between ECMA script implementations. There is no field. 4-byte atomic operations are always lock-free. In practice, if an atomic operation is implemented with any type of lock, the operation is not lock-free. Lock-free does not imply wait-free. There is no upper bound on how many machine steps may be required to complete a lock-free atomic operation. That an atomic access of size n is lock-free does not imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be performed as a sequence of several separate memory accesses. See read shared memory and write shared memory for details. ECMA International 2024 161. Note 3. An agent is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. 7.1 Agent signifier. The abstract operation agent signifier takes no arguments and returns an agent signifier. It performs the following steps when called. Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 Agent can suspend. The abstract operation agent can suspend takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 2.8 Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR. Agent clusters. Note in some environments it may not be reasonable for a given agent to suspend. 4. Example, in a web browser environment, it may be reasonable to disallow suspending a document's main event handling thread, while still allowing workers' event handling threads to suspend. An agent cluster is a maximal set of agents that can communicate by operating on shared memory. Every agent belongs to exactly one agent cluster. All agents within a cluster must have the same value for the field in their respective agent records. All agents within a cluster must have the same values for the field in their respective agent records. Similarly for the field, all agents within a cluster must have different values for the field in their respective agent records. An embedding may deactivate, stop forward progress, or activate, resume forward progress. An agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster active while other agents in the cluster are deactivated indefinitely. Note 1. Programs within different agents may share memory by unspecified means. At a minimum, The backing memory for shared array buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster. There may be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note to the agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time. If agent A creates another agent B, after which A terminates and B creates agent C, the three agents are in the same cluster if A could share some memory with B and B could share some memory with C. Note 3: if different agents within an agent cluster have different values of it becomes hard to use shared memory for multi-byte data. 62. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Note 4. The purpose of the preceding restriction is to avoid a situation where an agent deadlocks or starves because another agent has been deactivated. For example, if an HTML shared worker that has a lifetime independent of documents in any Windows were allowed to share memory with the dedicated worker of such an independent document, and the document and its dedicated worker were to be deactivated while the dedicated worker holds a lock, say, the document is pushed into its Windows history, and the shared worker then tries to acquire the lock, then the shared worker will be blocked until the dedicated worker is activated again, if ever. Meanwhile, other workers trying to access the shared worker from other windows will starve. The implication of the restriction is that it will not be possible to share memory between agents that don't belong to the same suspend-wait collective within the embedding. An embedding may terminate an agent without any of the agent's cluster's other agents' prior knowledge or cooperation. If an agent is terminated not by programmatic action of its own or of another agent in the cluster but by forces external to the cluster, then embedding must choose one of two strategies: either terminate all the agents in the cluster, or provide reliable APIs that allow the agents in the cluster to coordinate so that at least one remaining member of the cluster will be able to detect the termination. With the termination data containing enough information to identify the agent that was terminated, each of the following specification values, and values transitively reachable from them, belong to exactly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record, shared data block, waiter list record. Prior to any evaluation of any ECMA script code by any agent in a cluster, the field of the agent record for all agents in the cluster is set to the initial candidate execution. The initial action declaration, a sync-generated declaration, and variable declaration bindings in global code for the associated realm. Global this value, an object, the value returned by this in global scope. Hosts may provide any ECMA script object value. Declarative record. A declarative environment record contains bindings for all declarations in global code for the associated realm code except for function declaration, generated declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generated declaration, and variable declaration bindings. var names, a list of strings. The string names bound by function declaration, generated declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generated declaration, and variable declaration declarations in global code for the associated realm. ECMA International 2024. 43. Table 21. Additional methods of global environment records. Method purpose: get this binding, return the value of this environment records this binding, has a declaration. N determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a variable declaration, function declaration, generated declaration, a sync function declaration, or a sync generated declaration, has lexical declaration. N determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration, has restricted global property. N determines if the argument is the name of a global object property that may not be shadowed by a global lexical binding, can declare global var. N determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. N can declare global function. N determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. N create global var binding. N D used to create and initialize to undefined a global var binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a var. The string value n is the bound name. If D is true, the binding may be deleted. logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows var declarations to receive special treatment. Create global function binding. N, V, D, create and initialize a global function binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a function. The string value n is the bound name. V is the initialization value. If the Boolean argument D is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows function declarations to receive special treatment. The behavior of the concrete specification methods for global environment records is defined by the following algorithms. 1, 4, 1 has binding. N, the has binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, return true. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec has binding. N, 1, 4, 2 create mutable binding. N, D, the create mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new mutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. The binding is created in the associated 44 copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 declarative record. A binding for n must not already exist in the declarative record. If D is true, the new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, throw a type error exception. Return dclrec create mutable binding. N, D, 1, 4, 3 create a mutable binding. N, S, the create immutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new immutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if s is true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, throw a type error exception. Return dclrec create a mutable binding. N, S, for initialize binding. N, V, the initialize binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v. An uninitialized binding for n must already exist. It performs the following steps when called let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return dclrec initialize binding, n, v, assert. If the binding exists, it must be in the object environment record. Let objrec be envrec. Return objrec initialize binding, n, v, 1, 4, 5 set mutable binding, n, v, s. The set mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMA script language value, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v if the binding is an immutable binding and s is true. A type error is thrown. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by s. It performs the following steps when called let dclrec be envrec. If dclrec has binding, n is true, then a return DCL rec set mutable binding, N, V, S. Let obj rec be env rec. Return obj rec set mutable binding, N, V, S, 1, 1, 4, 6 get binding value, N, S. The get binding value concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes arguments N, a string, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is only if the binding is an uninitialized binding throw a reference error exception. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec be env rec. If DCL rec has binding, N, is true, then A, return DCL rec get binding value, N, S, ECMA International 2024 145. 3. Let obj rec be env rec. Return obj rec get binding value, N, S, 1, 1, 4, 7 delete binding, N. The delete binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec be env rec. If DCL rec has binding, N, is true, then A, return DCL rec delete binding, N. Let obj rec be env rec. Let global object be obj rec. Let existing prop be has own property global object, N. If existing prop is true, then A. Let status be obj rec delete binding, N. B. If status is true and env rec contains N, then I remove N from env rec. C return status. Return true, 1, 1, 4. 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called return true, 1, 1, 4. 9 has super binding. The has super binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined 9, 1, 4, 1, 1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing an object. It performs the following steps when called return env rec. 146. ECMA International 2024. Note: global environment records always provide this binding. Note: global environment records do not provide a super binding. 9, 1, 4, 1, 2 hasvar declaration. N. The hasvar declaration concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument N, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a variable statement or a function declaration. It performs the following steps when called let var declared names be env rec. If var declared names contains N, return true, return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 3 has lexical declaration, N. The has lexical declaration concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument N, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec be env rec. Return DCL rec has binding N, 1, 1, 4, 1, 4 has restricted global property N. The has restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is the name of a property of the global object that must not be shadowed by a global lexical binding. It performs the following steps when called let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return false. If existing prop is true, return false. Return true, comma. The 1st of April 2015 can declare global var. N. The can declare global var concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument and redundant var declarations and var declarations for pre-existing global object properties are allowed. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let has property b. Has own property, global object. N. If has property is true, return true. Return is extensible, global object. Note properties may exist upon a global object that were directly created rather than being declared using a var or function declaration. A global lexical binding may not be created that has the same name as a non-configurable property of the global object. The global property undefined is an example of such a property. ECMA International 2024 147, 9, 1, 1, 4, 1, 6 can declare global function. N. The can declare global function concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, and it performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return is extensible, global object. If existing prop is true, return true. If is data descriptor, existing prop is true and existing prop has attribute values, true, enumerable, true, return true, return false, comma 1, 1, 4, 1, 7 create global var binding, N, D, the create global var binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is reused and assumed to be initialized. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let has property b. Has own property, global object. N. Let extensible b. Is extensible, global object. If has property is false and extensible is true, then a perform. Objrec create mutable binding. N. D. B perform. Objrec initialize binding. N. Undefined. If envrec does not contain n, then a appendent to envrec 7. Return unused, comma 1, 1, 4, 1, 8 create global function binding, n, v, d, the create global function binding can cret, e method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMA script language value, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 replaced. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined or existing prop is true, then a. Let desc be the property descriptor. V. True, true. D. Else a. Let desc be the property descriptor. V. Perform. Define property or throw, global object. N. Desc. Perform. Set global object n, v, false. If envrec does not contain n, then a appendent to envrec. Return unused. 48. ECMA International 2024. Note global function declarations are always represented as own properties of the global object. If possible, an existing own property is reconfigured to have a standard set of attribute values. Step 7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would do, and if global object is a proxy, will produce the same sequence of proxy trap calls. 1. 5 module environment records. A module environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the outer scope of an ECMA script module. In addition to normal mutable and immutable bindings, module environment records also provide immutable import bindings, which are bindings that provide indirect access to a target binding that exists in another environment record. Module environment records support all of the declarative environment record methods listed in Table 16 and share the same specifications for all of those methods except for get binding value, delete binding, has this binding, and get this binding. In addition, module environment records support the methods listed in Table 22. Table 22, additional methods of module environment records. The specification methods for module environment.
So,
Defined by
this is like stream 141.
1, 5,
It's a lot of days.
value, and
This is not a small program.
value concrete method of a module environment record en
Damn it.
arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n. However, if the binding is an indirect binding, the value of the target binding is returned. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown. It performs the following steps when called: assert, s is true, assert, envrec has a binding for n. If the binding for n is an indirect binding, then a let m and n2 be the indirection value.
Where even is it?
Binding for n was created. B let target env be m. C if target env is empty, throw a reference error exception. D return target env get binding value. N2 true. If the binding for n in envrec is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to n in envrec. Note s will always be true because a module is always strict mode code 9, 1, 1, 5, to delete binding. N, the delete binding concrete method of a module environment record is never used within this specification. Method, purpose, create import binding. N, M, N2, create an immutable indirect binding in a module environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. M is a module record, and N2 is a binding that exists in M's module environment record. Get this binding, return the value of this
Wait, one of these files.
binding. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 100.
Is it in here?
Note module environment records are only used within strict code, and an early error rule prevents the delete
Probably not.
strict code from being applied to a reference record that would result
I have like a whole file
in
dedicated to the GPU and its stupid resources.
1, 1, 5, 3 has this binding. The
It's like this
method
is an entirely separate
vrec
collection of files of files of files.
true. It performs the following steps when called: return true.
So these two overlap.
Get this binding. The get this
This part,
of a module environment
what I need
document
is to carefully separate
containing
these.
It performs the following steps when called: return undefined, 1,
These things for the
create
static global yoke things, whatever.
2
And then these from the graphics pipeline.
method of a module environment.
Where it's like,
A
my god,
m,
the Vulkan API is terrible.
2 a string, and return
It's this big cluster of data
as immutable
and
thing for the next
pre-computed, predetermined,
in this.
because that's how the GPU runs.
N2 is
Runs off static code.
in M's module environment record. Access
Everything has to be pre-computed.
binding will indirectly access the
Not everything,
binding.
but the main things.
The following steps
It's all baked in,
the N
and you run it.
already have a binding for N. Assert. When M is instantiated,
Just like GPT and the fake AI.
create
It's all predetermined. It's just uncompressing a zip
at ref
file, but it's using
to as it
matrix multiplication to like uncompress it.
initialized. Return on
There's no reason to use the GPU.
amendment.
The GPU's slower than the CPU.
Abstract
Parallel my ass.
specification to operate upon environment records. 9. 1. 2. 1 get identifier reference. env name strict. The abstract operation get identifier reference takes arguments env and
So I need to rename
name, a string, and strict.
in a way
And
where like I tag maybe the front of this with like 3,
reference record
and then 2 and 1 or something,
it before
or just anything, doesn't matter.
is null. Then a return the reference
So you Control F
recoverable name.
and find
This value
anything that's like
let
a yoke mesh
b has binding.
or
This
graphics pipeline,
turn the reference record
which will be like
b
the sound pipeline or
l
device pipeline.
50 ECMA into 2020
I'd be able to like
environment records or
find this stuff
a
after I name it.
benv return get identifier ref
What I want to do
otter
is just say fuck it
strict.
and then rename this
2
to match those.
declarative environment e the abstract operation new declarative environment
And just be like, you know what, that's it.
environment record
That'd be a huge mistake.
the declarative environment
I gotta like differentiate this.
performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new declarative environment record containing no bindings. Set env to a 1, 2, 3 new
Something's not breaking.
O W E the abstract operation new
I do not want debug.
so an object W a boolean and E an environ
So I gotta sort these first
means an object
with CFG whatever 0x.
the
I thought there was like 2 more,
let env
or maybe I got rid of them.
environment record
As this finding replacing it got down to these 2. I don't remember.
env to E return env comma 1 2 for new function environment F new target the abstract operation new function environment takes arguments F an ECMA script function object and new target an object or undefined and returns a function environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new function environment record containing no bindings. Set env to F if F is
So this is the name of the enum
lexical else. Set
that holds all the GPU things.
env to new targets. V to F return env comma 1 2 5 new global environment.
It's ridiculous.
U the abstract operation new global
This is so frustrating.
object and this value an object
It's 2026.
environment
We gotta use text editors.
forms the
We gotta carefully name things.
obj rectangle
Because it's the year 2026.
E
We don't even have hoverboards.
let DCL rect a new declarative environment
In text.
BB
In text files.
and records
Fucking stupid.
a rec set env to this value
I should be able to name something, tag it,
set env to
and then use metadata.
set env to
And like, organize things,
1
color code it.
6
But no, all you get is the syntax coloring.
fact up
It doesn't even work half the time.
it takes argument E an environment record and returns a module environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let
So I'm using ext for like extension.
no bindings. Set env
These things,
v
they gotta rename with GPU in it.
24151 9.2 private environment records. A private environment record is a specification mechanism used to track private names based upon the
Other things are using ext for extension.
expressions in ECM.
Capital or lower.
They are similar to, but distinct from, environment records.
I think I'll like name it
Environment record is
extension
declaration or class expression.
instead of extension.
Class is evaluated. A new
Like of
is created to record the
or from
declared by that class. Each private environment record has the fields to
or no.
23. Table 23. Private environment record fields. Field name, value type, meaning, outer private environment. A. Private environment record or null. The private environment record of the nearest containing class null if the class with which this private environment record is associated is not contained in any other class.
Has maybe.
List of private names. The private names declared by this class. 9. 2. 1 private environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification.
Or type.
On private environment records. 9.
Then it's like type because it starts with a T.
Private environment. outer privy NV. The abstract operation new private environment takes argument outer privy NV, a private environment record or null, and returns a private environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be a new empty list. Return the private environment record. Outer privy NV, names, 2, 1, to resolve private.
Is that how you spell tie?
Privy NV, identify.
It's really weird.
Resolve private identifier takes arguments privy NV, a private environment record, and identifier, a string, and returns a private name. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be privy NV. For each private name Pn of names, do A of Pn is identifier. Then, I return Pn. Let outer be privy NV. Assert. Outer privy NV.
Tied, fast, fix, fasten.
Privy NV. Identifier. 3 realms. Before it is evaluated, all ECMA script code must be associated.
Only tied.
Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMA script global environment, all of the ECMA script code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the
It has to be capital,
20
because other parts lowercase.
sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 24. Realm record fields, field name, agent signifier, intrinsics, global object, global env, late map,
I do couple. Oh, if I do form or format,
signifier, a record whose field names are
that's just
whose
confusing.
a global environment record, a list of records with fields, a template literal parse node, and V, an array, F, the agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the
Maybe this
environment
would work.
meaning, the
So it's the T.
by code associated with this realm. A list of records with fields are a string and a module record. Note 1: once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list.
Or thing.
Default value is undefined. Note
GPU thing mesh.
ported module
GPU thing.
2, 1, 8. Note 1. In realm records is only used
Still or a thing.
in a context where there is
Capture.
module field reserved for
Real.
need to
Foobar.
information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately.
Let's do thing.
It's realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated ALU is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9, 3, 1 create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns
So her name is that,
it
I guess.
following steps when called. Let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec
That way I'm not adding anything. All the other things can be named
realm rec to
this way.
rec to undefined. Set realm rec to a new empty list. Return realm rec. ECMA International 2024 153 9 3 2 create intrinsics. Realm rec. The abstract operation create intrinsics
That breaks some things up.
a realm record and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function, steps, length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype, where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function's length property. Slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots. And prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform add restrict. Add function properties. Realm rec. realm reg, return unused, 3.3 set realm
I'm gonna like
realm reg,
find these first
bj, this value, the
and carefully rename,
realm global object takes arguments realm reg,
and then figure out this part.
global obj, an object or undefined, and this value,
Every decision is gonna suck,
and returns and
but I can't
performs
physically
if global
refactor it. I'm not gonna spend my time with that.
realm reg, b
Freaking
obj to ordinary object create,
figure the workaround.
assert, global obj is an object, if this value is undefined, set this value to global obj,
I can leave some things named
obj,
the old way and then
global, new global environment, global obj, this value, set realm rec to new global env, return unused, 3.4 set default global bindings, realm rec, the abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called let global be realm rec. For each property of the global object specified in clause 19, do a let name be the string value of the property name, b let desc be the fully populated data property descriptor for the property, containing the
yup.
attributes for the property. For properties listed in 19.2, 19.3, or 19.4 the value of the attribute
I still gotta pick somewhere to start.
sig object from realm rec, c perform, define property or throw, global,
Man,
return global, point for execution contexts. An execution context is a specification device that is used to track the
I literally can't get in
by an
the new stuff until I get this done.
implementation. At any
And something's gonna break.
one execution context per agent that is actually executing code. This is known as the agent's
I can't accept debugging
context.
because I hate that.
To the running execution context in this specification denote the running execution context of the surrounding agent. The execution context stack is used to track execution contexts. The running execution context is always the top element of this stack. A new execution context is created whenever control is transferred from the executable code associated with the currently running execution context to executable code that is not associated with that. 54. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Execution context. The newly created execution context is pushed onto the stack and becomes the running execution context. An execution context contains whatever implementation-specific state is necessary to track the execution progress of its associated code. Each execution context has at least the state components listed in Table 25. Table 25. State components for all execution contexts. Component, purpose, code evaluation state, any state needed to perform, suspend, and resume evaluation of the code associated with this execution context. Function, if this execution context is evaluating the code of a function object, then the value of this component is that function object. If the context is evaluating the code of a script or module, the value is null. Realm, the realm record from which associated code accesses ECMA script resources, script or module, the module record or script record from which associated code originates. If there is no originating script or module, as is the case for the original execution context created in initialize host defined realm, the value is null. Evaluation of code by the running execution context may be suspended at various points defined within this specification. Once the running execution context has been suspended, a different execution context may become the running execution context and commence evaluating its code. At some later time, a suspended execution context may again become the running execution context and continue evaluating its code at the point where it had previously been suspended. Transition of the running execution context status among execution contexts usually occurs in stack-like last in first out manner. However, some ECMA script features require non-LIFO transitions of the running execution context. The value of the realm component of the running execution context is also called the current realm record. The value of the function component of the running execution context is also called the active function object. ECMA script code execution contexts have the additional state components listed in Table 26. Table 26. Additional state components for ECMA script code execution contexts. Component purpose. Lexical environment identifies the environment record used to resolve identifier references made by code within this execution context. Variable environment identifies the environment record that holds bindings created by variable statements within this execution context. Private environment identifies the private environment record that holds private names created by class elements in the nearest containing class null if there is no containing class. The lexical environment and variable environment components of an execution context are always environment records. Execution contexts representing the evaluation of generators have the additional state components listed in Table 27, ECMA International 2024 155. Table 27, additional state components for generator execution contexts. In most situations, only the running execution context, the top of the execution context stack, is directly manipulated by algorithms within this specification. Hence, when the terms lexical environment and variable environment are used without qualification, they are in reference to those components of the running execution context. An execution context is purely a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. It is impossible for ECMA script code to directly access or observe an execution context. 4.1 Get active script or module. The abstract operation get active script or module takes no arguments and returns a script record, a module record, or null. It is used to determine the running script or module based on the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. If the execution context stack is empty, return null. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is not null. If no such execution context exists, return null. Otherwise, return X script or module. 4.2 Resolve binding, name, env. The abstract operation resolve binding takes argument name, a string, and optional argument env, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It is used to determine the binding of name. env can be used to explicitly provide the environment record that is to be searched for the binding. It performs the following steps when called. If env is not present or env is undefined, then A set env to the running execution context's lexical environment. Assert env is an environment record if the source text matched by the syntactic production that is being evaluated is contained in strict mode. Code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return, get identifier reference, env, name, strict. 4.3 Get this environment. The abstract operation get this environment takes no arguments and returns an environment record. It finds the environment record that currently supplies the binding of the keyword this. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment 2. Repeat. Component purpose. Generator the generator that this execution context is evaluating. 156. ECMA International 2024. Note the result of resolve binding is always a reference record whose field is name ABCDE. Let exists be env has this binding. If exists is true, return env. Let outer be env. Assert outer is not null. Set env to outer. Note the loop in step 2 will always terminate because the list of environments always ends with the global environment which has this binding. 4.4 Resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion contained on an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It determines the binding of the keyword thus using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let envrec be get this environment. Return envrec get this binding. 4.5 Get new target. The abstract operation get new target takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let envrec be get this environment. Assert envrec has a field. Return envrec. 4.6 Get global object. The abstract operation getGlobalObject takes no arguments and returns an object. It returns the global object used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. 2.5. Let current realm be the current realm record. Return current realm, jobs and host operations to enquire jobs. A job is an abstract closure with no parameters that initiates an ECMA script computation when no other ECMA script computation is currently in progress. Jobs are scheduled for execution by ECMA script host environments in a particular agent. This specification describes the host hook's host enquire generic job. Capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, host enquire promise job, and host enquire timeout job to schedule jobs. The host hooks in this specification are organized by the additional constraints imposed on the scheduling of jobs. Hosts may define additional abstract operations which schedule jobs. Such operations accept a job abstract closure and a realm record or null, as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be performed at some future time in the provided realm, in the agent that owns the realm. If null is provided instead for the realm, then the job does not evaluate ECMA script code. Their implementations must conform to the following requirements. At some future point in time, when there is no running context in the agent for which the job is scheduled and that agent's execution context stack is empty, the implementation must perform any host-defined preparation steps, invoke the job abstract closure, perform any host-defined cleanup steps, after which the execution context stack must be empty. Only one job may be actively undergoing evaluation at any point in time in an agent. Once evaluation of a job starts, it must run to completion before evaluation of any other job starts in an agent. The abstract closure must return a normal completion, implementing its own handling of errors. ECMA International 2024-157. Note 1. Host environments are not required to treat jobs uniformly with respect to scheduling. For example, web browsers and Node.js treat promise handling jobs as a higher priority than other work. Future features may add jobs that are not treated at such a high priority at any particular time. Script or module. A script record, a module record, or null, is the active script or module if all of the following conditions are true. Get active script or module. Is script or module. If script or module is a script record or module record. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is script or module. The realm component of EC is script or module. At any particular time, an execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code if all of the following conditions are true. The execution context stack is not empty. The realm component of the topmost execution context on the execution context stack is a realm record. Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 Job callback records. A job callback record is a record value used to store a function object and a host-defined value. Function objects that are invoked via a job enquire by the host may have additional host-defined context. To propagate the state, job abstract closures should not capture and call function objects directly. Instead, use host-make-job callback and host-call-job callback. Job callback records have the fields listed in Table 28. Table 28. Job callback record fields, 5.2 host-make-job callback. Callback. The host-defined abstract operation host-make-job callback takes argument callback, a function object, and returns a job callback record. An implementation of host-make-job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must return a job callback record whose field is callback. Note 2 host environments may prepare an execution to evaluate code by pushing execution contexts onto the execution context stack. The specific steps are implementation defined. The specific choice of realm is up to the host environment. This initial execution context and realm is only in use before any callback function is invoked. When a callback function related to a job, like a promise handler, is invoked, The invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note the WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org. For example, uses the host-defined value to propagate the incumbent settings object for promise callbacks. Field name, value, meaning, callback, a function object. The function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host-defined, anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by hosts. 158, ECMA International 2024. The default implementation of host-make-job callback performs the following steps when called. 1. Return the job callback record. Callback. Empty. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host-make-job callback, 5.3 host call job callback. Job callback. V. Arguments list. The host-defined abstract operation host call job callback takes arguments job callback, a job callback record. V. An ECMA script language value, and arguments list. A list of ECMA script language values. And returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. An implementation of host call job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must perform and return the result of call. Job callback. V. Arguments list. The default implementation of host call job callback performs the following steps when called. Assert. Is callable. Job callback. Is true. Return. Call. Job callback. Callback. V. Arguments list. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host call job callback, 5.4 host enqueue generic job. Job. Realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue generic job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record, and returns unused. It schedules job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be scheduled without additional constraints, such as priority and ordering. An implementation of host enqueue generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 5 host enqueue promise job. Job. Realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue promise job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record or null, and returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the following. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code at the time of job's invocation. Let script or module beget active script or module at the time host enqueue promise job is invoked. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that script or module is the active script or module at the time of job's invocation. Jobs must run in the same order as the host enqueue promise job invocations that scheduled them. Note this is called at the time that the callback is passed to the function that is responsible for its being eventually scheduled and run. For example, promise then action, calls make job callback on then action at the time of invoking promise prototype then, not at the time of scheduling the reaction job. Note this requirement means that hosts cannot change the behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2024 159. Note the realm for jobs returned by new promise resolved thenable job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the then function object. The realm for jobs returned by new promise reaction job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, when get function realm completes abnormally, that is called on a revoked proxy, realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm call. When the realm is null, no user ECMA script code will be evaluated and no new ECMA script objects, for example error objects, will be created. The WHATWG-HTML specification, https:// html.spec.whatwg, or, for example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry https://html.spec.whatwg.org entry concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job realm milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job, a job abstract closure, realm, a realm record, and milliseconds, a non-negative finite number, and returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.6 initialize host-defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host-defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: let realm be create realm, let new context be a new execution context, set the function of new context to null, set the realm of new context to realm, script or module of new context to null, push new context onto the execution context stack. Text is now the running execution context.
So like,
As use of an object to
what I really wanted,
let
really wanted,
otherwise
I wanted
will be
to separate
indicating that a
the type from the extension.
null object if
Why?
that this binding in realm's global scope return an
Makes it easier.
object. Let this value be such an object created in a host defined
And now
wise,
I'm gonna have to frickin'
indicating that realm's global this be the globe set realm global object realm global this value 0. Let be JB
things are named whatever,
global
like extension and then type X or whatever.
global object
I removed the P
J2
because it's like type.
7 agent
This is ridiculous.
price is
Using text files because we don't have metadata. It's bullshit. The fact that you can't attach
execution
an Excel spreadsheet to make tables
executing thread except for the executing
is also bullshit.
constituents of an agent.
This is ridiculous.
An agent's
This is not
itself
2026.
agent's execution contexts independently of other
We don't even have hoverboards.
that an executing thread may be used as the executing thread.
It's not acceptable. It's shit.
The agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1: some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated
I gotta fucking like,
windows.
everybody
Example,
has to write a program
bytes
with a literal text in a damn text file.
4
You can't just find replace
executing
on the file name
algorithmic steps.
or the folder that contains the file.
For those steps,
No, you gotta fucking
founding agent
physically go to that file,
execution
find it,
agent the
and you're like, click, 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 and just like freaking go through all
an agent
freaking files, whatever you need to change.
value used to identify an agent. Table 29
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
fields field
There's no live text. You can't just like
Blendian
pick a token and say replace across file names, folder path names.
boosted by the algorithm.
No, that doesn't exist. That's fucking shit.
The choice is
I'm tired of this. This is bull.
be the alternative that is most efficient for the implementation.
Fucking kernel writers.
You has been
Dumb fuck retards.
can block a bool
Freaking maintaining this ancient garbage.
signifier, an agent signifier, uniquely identified
And there's no protection for any code
free one
of anything. Or art,
on one byte
pictures, video,
otherwise
media.
free two
No, it's all just publicly available.
operations on
And then fucking GPT
false
comes along and they're like,
free 8 a boolean
we're gonna be clever. We're gonna just take everything,
free false
say it's fair use, and people can sue us.
candidate execution
As long as we have enough money
kept
and enough time
civic
to get the ball going,
symbols in
we can pull this off.
presenting the list of objects and or symbols to be kept alive until the end of the current job
Yeah, fuck that.
and have been
This thing can't even make code,
so they cannot change
because it doesn't code.
and in
Everything's dumb as fuck.
the hardware but may also
So I can't just like simply
vary
click here
between ECMA
on mesh and right click and be like, oh look, there's options to like
operations are always
update this token and I can't tag it. I can't like it's a literal plain physical byte text.
not imply weight free. There is no up
I gotta do Control F on,
steps may be
go through several files.
free atomic operation that in a imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be
I'm tired of wasting my fucking time on these fucking tiny little things.
at shared memory for details.
That I'm just trying to write a fucking program.
160
I don't want to restructure,
agent is a
make a new folder,
mechanism and
rename everything in the folder.
any particular
I don't want to make a program that makes a program.
implement
I don't want to make JavaScript to write templates because C doesn't have templates.
significance
I just want this shit
in
to not be shit.
AR.
But no,
Following
it's shit.
let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 agent can suspend
So dumb.
arguments and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 2.8 let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR.
So this part, CFG whatever,
It may not
for control flow graph.
agent to suspend
This part, type X whatever, says skybox.
your environment.
It's be like mesh or some other thing.
Ending a document's main event handling thread while still allowing workers event handling.
I probably would have had to rename it anyways.
Cluster is a
I was putting it off,
that can communicate
along with other things,
memory. Every agent
because 90% of programming is not even programming.
within a
It's waiting to program,
agent
but then no matter how long you wait,
cluster must have the same values for the
there's never a clever workaround when everything is garbage.
all agents within a cluster must
You just gotta fucking
the field
spend the time
records. An embedding may deactivate, stop
in this garbage.
or activate, resume forward progress. An agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster act.
So this is scattered.
The cluster are deactivated indefinitely.
The GPU part and the mesh part, the extension.
Share memory by unspecified means.
Luckily, they're both lowercase,
Buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster.
or not.
Be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note to the agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time.
I need to find a Unicode character.
Agent B, after
I'll tag it between
creates,
these two, so it'll be easier to tell
are in the same,
that they're like
share some memory.
not just plain text, and it's like really important
Note
that they're like related,
an age
so don't mangle all the things
of it, but
when naming that stuff.
memory for multi-byte data. 62, copyright sign, ECMA in
So I gotta find some token, put it between these two,
purpose of the preceding
and then that's probably not gonna run on Visual Studio.
deadlocks.
So for Visual Studio,
Agent has
Visual Studio whatever, Microsoft,
ample
I'll have to make a compiler,
work.
not a compiler, just a string replace program
Many win
to go through and find replace.
with the dedicated
Because Microsoft is incompetent as hell.
and its dedicated work of
The competency level of Microsoft
say
is so low.
it is put
They couldn't even make a cell phone.
and the shared work
The Windows Phone.
require the lock
That was such a waste of time.
will be blocked and
I can't believe I wasted making
meanwhile
shit for that phone.
the shared work
The touchscreen for the web on the Surface,
restriction is that it will not be
Windows Phone, not Surface,
that don't belong
was so bad,
weight collect
is entirely different from everything else.
betting may terminate an agent without any of the agent's cluster's other agents prior knowledge or cooperation. Automatic action of its own or of another agent in the cluster but by forces external
So the extension part, if it's an image,
embedding
it's like JPEG.
strategies either terminate all the agents in the cluster or provide reliable APIs that allow the agent
GIF,
coordinate so that at least one
TIFF, I don't know, whatever.
be able to detect
PNG.
with the termination data containing enough
So like I did like still,
agent that was terminated
this thing like still like has, it's not moving video.
and values
So I didn't want to call it image because then it sounds like a format.
exact Strictly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record. Shared data block. Waiter list record.
I should just glue the types
CM
to the extension,
agent in a cluster.
and I'll leave the new stuff separated as 2 parts.
All agents in the cluster is set to the initial
Some of these types and extensions, there's crossover,
declaration.
and it'd be really annoying to like say like
Declaration.
if it's a movie, like a reel,
Data realm. Global list value.
I'll just call it image and
Returned by this in global scope.
movies, like image,
EMA
type,
value. Declare
JPEG, GIF, TIFF,
environment.
and then movie type,
Contains bindings for all declarations in global code for the associated realm code.
MP4,
Generator declaration. A sync function declaration. A sync generator declaration. And
AVC. I don't even remember a codecs anymore.
string.
It's been so long.
Bound by function declaration.
Everything's like H.264 whatever. Some garbage
All
container thing.
in global code for the associated realm. ECMA International 2024. For
So like the movie might have like
additional
the capture
environment records. Method per
in OBS.
ending. Return the value of this environment.
The devices, it has like different like it captures
Returns if the arg
as an image format.
is a byte
So I think like JPG is one of them.
created using a variable
And then
function declaration.
I don't want to touch the program because it sucks, the streaming software.
Declaration or a sync generate.
It'll probably crash if I touch it or change anything while it's running.
N determines if the argument
So like this extension is the same
that was created
between these 2 different types or devices, whatever.
or
So I was like,
has received
I'm gonna keep them separate
N
because it'd be really confusing
the name of
to call an image
be that
to have it like this,
lexical binding can declare global var. N determines if
like image, and then
call would succeed if called for the same
I just need to capitalize this part.
function. N determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. N create global var binding. N D used to create and initialize to undefined a global var binding in the component
So like what would be really confusing
will be a mute
is to make an image type.
corresponding global object
This is confusing already.
values appropriate for a var. The string value n is the bound name. If D is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mute
If I make a movie type,
var declarations to receive special treatment. Create
that means movie would go here.
n
So movie JPEG.
create and initialize a global function binding in the component of a global environment record.
Type movie JPEG,
Correspond
and then extension movie JPEG.
values appropriate for a function. The string value
If I want to like give it like a different extension
initialization value. If the
and I want to like cross over to a different
binding
device,
logic
it's like movie or image,
mutable
it's basically the same container.
bind
They both most likely come from a file.
special
So they're almost the same thing, but they're not.
specification methods for global environment records as defined.
Or if I wanted to convert one thing into like a movie,
For
instant image, or whatever.
n the
This just makes it more confusing to read.
environment
If like the type is tied
n
to the extension.
and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier
And it makes it more difficult
is bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called
for other.
BENVREC. If D
So I'm not getting what I want.
string
I gotta just like accept it and just get something done. This is so. I can't ever get what I fucking want because everything is garbage.
rec has binding.
Designed by idiots.
4. To create mutable binding. N D the create mutable
There should be metadata.
global environment
This is bullshit.
takes argument
I should be able to find and replace
and D
by just typing. Have live text. Not having to freaking manually
use store
go through and fucking replace it.
binding for the men that is uninitialized.
So
Good in the
I want it to be like a movie,
4
and then maybe it's like JPEG frame format,
2024
and then be like extension type JPEG.
already exist in the declarative record.
That doesn't work.
The new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec BENV rec. If DCL rec has binding, N is true, throw a type error exception. Return.
how I want it to work.
Create mutable binding. N D, 1 1.
No, I need to add a freaking...
Create a mutable binding.
If I do it this way,
The create immutable binding concrete method of a global
what I really want is to be able to like click
takes arguments
and then like give this text the color blue or green.
completion containing
So everywhere it says like JPEG and it's like of this type,
immutable binding
I could like find it.
initialized
Not just in the file, but in like the folder.
in this environment.
So like if the folder
True. The new binding is
was using the live text, then the folder would have that live text. So I rename it anywhere,
rec
everything will update.
if
So all the file paths, they wouldn't break. Anything named with that specific JPEG
turn
would be only for this.
data
But then local to
s for
this project.
binding
So it won't get mixed up
the initial
with like the rest of the operating system.
global environment
So it'd be like
v
local to the program
a string
in the OS.
and
But the OS would distinguish,
value and returns either
this is not an operating system, this is garbage.
for a throw completion. It is used to set the bound
Every operating system is garbage.
identifier whose name is enter the value v and uninitialized by
I can get this done so I can finish up my operating system.
the following step.
This is crap.
CL rec BENV rec if DCL rec has binding N is
Alright, this would be way more confusing anyways.
DCL rec initial
It'd be really difficult.
N V assert.
So I gotta freaking tag it
It must be in the object environment.
with
OB
the stupid type it is.
return OBJ rec initialize binding N V, 1 1 4
And then that's that.
binding N
Now I'm done complaining.
the set
Just gonna do it and get done.
method of a global environment record env rec takes arguments N a string V an ECMA script language value and S a boolean and returns either a normal completion containing
And I'm not gonna use move for movie.
it attempting
Because like it looks like move, like instruction.
of the identifier whose name is N
Words are stupid.
is an immutable
I hate
and S
freaking typing.
is thrown a property name that it does not or is not currently writable. Error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called let DCL rec be ENV rec. If DCL rec has binding, N is true, then A return. DCL rec set mutable binding, N V
So I have the other stuff
OBJ rec be ENV rec. Return
that I'm not gonna rename.
mutable binding, N
So ignore that stuff.
1
It's already commented out at least.
6 get binding.
So I gotta find mesh, still, and real.
The concrete method of a global environment recording takes argument
Mesh might show up a lot.
S
I'm really hoping it doesn't.
either a normal complete
And then real,
ACMA script language value or a throw completion
guess I'll find out.
value of it.
I'm gonna rename these first,
Name is only if the binding is an uninitialized
and then I'll get to like naming
except
the CFG part.
property name.
Because I want to be able to like find
But if it
these specifically only.
error handling is determined by S, it performs the following steps when called
Freaking like
BE
isolate it with a new tag.
L rec has binding, N is true, then A return,
And then just focus and get done.
N S ECMA in
Because I can't wait any longer.
for 100 and
I have a bunch of other shit to get in place.
at OBJ rec BE
I'm installing because this is so annoying.
J rec,
This is not even programming. This is bookkeeping,
1
doing manual shit
7
that shouldn't have to be done.
N the delete binding concrete method
There should be live text or some shit. It's so frustrating.
a string and returns either a normal complete
Instead we got like emojis.
complete
Wow, that's so helpful.
bindings that have been explicit
Like of all the things they could have done,
to deletion. It performs
like the Unicode encoding, whatever.
let DCL rec be ENV rec. If DCL rec has binding, N is true, then
They could have solved world hunger.
delete binding.
Not really, I'm joking.
Rec be ENV rec. Let global object be OBJ rec. Let existing prop be has own property global object N. If existing prop is true, then A let status be OBJ rec delete binding N. B if status is true and ENV rec contains N, then I remove N from ENV rec. C return status return true, 1
And then like Unicode,
4
like a waste,
Has this binding concrete method
a bit,
environment
to represent a Hinu.
takes no.
I do not understand why they did that.
It performs the following steps when called
It's not, and then here's chatbot being fucking
9 has super binding.
politically correct.
Method of a global environment record en
I told it not to mirror me,
returns false.
and so it's not mirroring me.
The following
And now it's like really frustrating,
comma 1
because it's always trying to correct me.
0 with base object.
I said
Deck
bytes. How is Unicode structured? How many bytes is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 possible length. It's like, oh, it's not defined by bytes.
steps
Defined by code points.
9.
Who gives a single fuck?
1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec.
The 1, 2, 3, 4 byte length you were referring to comes from UFT8 encoding, which is one way
Following
it's stored.
return env rec 100,000
Oh yeah, of course there's multiple ways to store the same garbage.
global environment records always provide this binding. Note: global environment records do not provide a super bind.
Yeah, so like instead of like extending the type language
Our declaration.
to like add live text,
Our declaration concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument in a string and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has
so like this, whatever.
created using a variable statement or a function declaration. It performs the following steps.
I mean, it's so laggy.
Declared names benv rec. If bar declared names contains n, return true, return false, comma 1, 1, 4, 1, 3 has lexical declaration, and
Like there's so many things
declaration
that need to be like rewritten and fixed on Linux and Windows.
argument and
But instead of doing that stuff,
ends a boolean.
people spent the time like this.
Identifier has a binding in this record that was
Instead of fixing this stuff that needs to be fixed.
a declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called
Like this thing
benv
in Linux kernel. There's a whole bunch of stuff in this kernel and Windows.
1,
But Windows isn't really public.
4 has restricted global property.
Like this, whatever.
Restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes argument in a
Odd encoding,
completion,
positive.
a boolean or a throw completion.
There are effectively 7 times as many positive values as negative values.
Property of the global object.
There have also been long-standing bugs decoding and coding dates beyond 2038,
Let obj
which don't seem to be fixed as of kernel 3.12.
rec. Left
And E2F rogs, whatever.
prop is
64 kernels incorrectly use the extra epoch
prop is
bits 1 1
and false.
for dates between 1901 and 1970.
2000
At some point, the kernel will be fixed,
R
and the E2F stack will fix the situation,
environment
assuming that it's run before
a string
2030.
a normal
So does someone have like a calendar and they're like,
determine
let's get to this someday,
create global
open source community?
seed of called for
No, they don't.
declarations and
Someone's gonna break,
the existing
and then
properties are allowed. It performs the following
before 2000,
en
what, 300 years?
object bobj rec. Let
Damn,
has own property
that's really putting it off. Like, you know what? Let's deal with this like
true
200 years from now.
and is
Just leave it till then.
global
We'll all be dead.
objects
Someone else can fix it.
magically created run
Cause like we're too busy
var or function declaration
adding Unicode characters for like happy faces and shit.
and configurable property of the global object. The global
Yeah,
property is an example of such a property. ECMA intent
like how I'm stalling
for 1
because I don't want to go through.
1
Nobody likes to program in this garbage.
can declare
This is ridiculous.
that can declare global function concrete method of a global environment recording
All right, let's say like
in a
we have an address.
either a
So like 0x,
boolean or
not even an address. It's like,
it determines if a corresponding create global function
let's say it's like relate to the program
same argument
and you can limit it.
following
So like you can only have like
let obj rec ben
256 files open. Kind of like
existing prop be global object n if existing prop is undefined
drivers.
extend
You can only have like 256.
existing prop is
What's it do after that?
true if is data descriptor existing prop is true and existing prop has attribute values true enumerable true return true, return false, comma 1, 1, 4, 1, 7 create global var binding, N, D, the create global var binding concrete method of a global environment record env rec takes arguments N.
There's no hard limit on the total number of physical devices, with some setups managing over 127.
On use store throw completion. It creates
If you exceed 26, you can mount additional volumes into empty NFTS folders.
board and
So I guess it goes by disk and then number.
if a binding already exists,
You know what, whatever.
used and assumed to be initialized,
Instead of like changing whatever, even if you like limited it,
B,
it's like 1 byte.
NV rec,
So let's say like 256 programs
let
possible.
B, has
So OS would need to like
object,
task switch
extensible,
or keep track of behind the scenes.
extensible, global object, if has,
Alright, so like 0xF, F,
then a perform, OB,
and then you pick the program, maybe it's like Sublime, or whatever fucking program it is that's running,
initial,
calculator, whatever,
N, undefined, if env rec does,
and then that's like the address.
a appendent to env rec 7,
But the behind the scenes,
comma,
you'd have to like tag it with like
4,
a program,
8 global function binding, N,
but then like locally have a smaller bucket.
global function binding can prep, E method of a global environment record env rec takes arguments N, a string, V, an ECMA script language value, and E,
Alright, let's just say it's like that.
returns E,
Alright, so like you go like this,
containing unused store,
and you put this here, whatever. This is bits though, it's not hexadecimal.
binding in the associated object environment,
I'm just gonna paste here anyways.
found name in the associated list. If a binding already exists,
Then it's like this thing
3, 4, 7,
is the address.
placed, it
This thing,
steps when called, let OB,
for whatever reason,
NV rec, let global object be OB,
would need to be 4 bytes.
existing prop be
So however many like
if existing prop is undefined,
tokens or whatever,
N,
or keywords. So if you tag something,
V, true,
like word mesh here,
else,
and if you color code it, or if you like tag it, or give it some kind of like identifier,
define property or throw,
then it gets like one of the numbers
desk,
that are different from the program number.
N, V,
And you go here, whatever, to identify like
contain it,
this is the word mesh or whatever.
ENV rec,
And then if I'm on the word mesh and everything tagged with the same tag
4,
is changed, even if it's like in a folder,
to design properties of the global object. If possible, an existing
like here, whatever.
figured to have a
So like if the word mesh,
use.
there probably is something named mesh.
What calling the initialize binding concrete method would do, and if global object is a proxy will produce the same sequence of proxy track calls, comma 1, 1, 5 module environment records. A module environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent
Alright, so like either in the file name
module
or in the file itself,
for mutable and immutable bindings. Module environment
anything with the name mesh,
hide immutable import bindings which are bind
if changed,
direct access to a target bind
when tagged as that word mesh,
and record
would change everywhere because the OS would be like, oh,
all
it's this program
environment
and it's this word for mesh.
tables
They keep a little lookup table.
same
And then instead of fucking cute little things like this,
you
it would make programming
this bind
in broken file paths
addition
so much less likely.
methods listed in table
But no,
22
instead of doing that,
of mod
we got like
records
emojis.
additional concrete
What a useful use
moduling
for multi-byte encoding.
and but
Like, to go to the extent
1
of supporting multiple byte
and
encoding, because it's like, you know what,
ending
devices are actually pretty fast.
module environment
Let's like move beyond 8 bytes
a string
or 8 bits
bool
for a character,
turns either in
and we'll waste a whole bunch of like branches.
language a value or
But since the devices are actually pretty fast, they could totally handle
identifier whose name is n help
a couple branches here and there in the data stream,
the value
and it actually kind of works.
turned
It is slower, but it works.
applies direct
But instead of like adding,
it performs the
extending the operating system, the text,
is true
they add pictures, symbols.
n if
How fucking useful is that?
binding
It's not. It's not useful at all.
to be the indirect
Instead of like fixing things
for n was created
that should be fixed,
at envbms
like
empty throw a reference error
when it's noticed,
at env get binding value n2 True. If the binding for n in envrec is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to n in envrec. Note S will always be true because a module is always strict mode code 9, 1, 1, 5. To delete binding, n, the delete binding
Instead, it's like, you know what? Let's just wait
and record is
200 years, and then we'll deal with it.
port binding, n, m, n2. Create an
As long as it's fixed before,
the string value text
we'll fix this situation,
module
assuming that it is run before.
exists in it.
So anything, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I don't know what my point is.
The value
Everything is just, yeah.
binding copyright sign
You'd think you'd expect more from people,
149
but no, it's literally
environment
the bare minimum.
used within
Always.
a rule prevents the delete operator in strict code from being applied to a reference
Oh my god, 2013?
record binding. C13
Man, this bug
1, 1, 1, 5
is old as hell.
binding.
It's already been.
Concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns true.
There's nothing modern
Steps when
about this shit.
true.
Windows or Linux or Apple.
Get this binding. The get this
Not modern.
method of a
We're stuck in the 1970s.
no argument.
Or 50s, actually.
Completion containing undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined, 1, 1, 5, 5 create import binding,
13 years ago?
import binding
Well, hopefully
and record envrec takes arguments n,
this bug gets fixed before
odd, and n2, a string, and returns a
freaking like another 10, 20.
suitable indirect binding for the name and a binding must not
We're almost, alright,
and record
at this rate,
is the name
2038.
module environment.
How far away is that?
Accesses to the value of the new binding will indirectly access the bound value of the target binding. It performs the following steps when called assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n. Assert. When m is in step
Oh, freaking did it again.
binding for n2, create an immutable indirect binding in envrec for n that references m and n
12 years away.
binding and
13 years away. It's so...
1 dot to environment record
Oh, it's just so dumb. Everything is dumb.
operations are used in this specific
It's been 13 years.
upon in
Whatever this was hasn't been fixed.
1, 2, 1 get identifier reference. Name, strict. The
I gotta get my operating system done.
identifier
Everything is so out of date.
and CNV,
I'll just be like, show up, be like, hey guys, I'm brand new.
a string, and strict. A boolean
My operating system's gonna fucking
completion, contain
kick ass.
or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called if env's
Oh, I'm tired of programming.
record, unresolvable, name, strict. This value, empty. Let exists be env has binding, name. If exists is true,
There's so many things
and the reference
that could have been added
v
with multi-byte encoding for characters. It pisses me off
and 50
that
international
it was chosen to make little symbols of happy faces.
always
It's
provide
like, you know what the best thing to do with multi-byte encoding?
turn,
We'll add symbolic
reference,
icons.
name,
It's not even text.
1,
Fucking symbol.
declarative environment,
It's not even cross-platform.
abstract operation, new declarative,
It could be a happy face on one,
empty,
and then a penis on another.
record or null, and returns a declarative environment record. It performs the
Everything's so
BB and
subpar.
environment record containing no bindings. Set env to e, return env, 1, 2, 3 new object environment, O, W, E. The abstract
I'm not happy right now.
environment takes
I'm tired. Everything is dumb.
U, a boolean, and E, an environment record or null, and returns an object
Yep.
record. It performs the following steps when called let it
I'm actually tired of complaining now.
record. Set env to O, set env to W, set env to E,
I haven't figured out a workaround, so I'm just gonna like rename stuff then.
return
I'm gonna tag it with the type,
target. The abstract
and I'll find one of these happy faces or something to put in between.
ECM
And then at least that way, I'll be able to like find it
an object
and be like, oh, this is related to this thing I tagged
The
because there's this random character in the middle.
VBN
This is the best you can get
containing no binary.
because they didn't add to multi-byte encoding. They didn't like add new characters. They didn't add functionality. They didn't add live text.
To new
No, we got like these.
any NV
So if I name a folder with this,
new global environment. G this value
because it's like whatever, it's tied to the program.
environment
So folder's name same thing.
an object and this value an object and returns a global environment record. It performs the following steps when called let obj
So if I had a folder
requirement.
named like GPU,
Null. Let DCL rec be new declarative environment. Null. Let env be a new global environment record. Set env to obj rec.
and you can do that. That's actually
To DCL rec. Set env to a new empty list.
alright. Anyways,
To null. Return env.
if I had a full name this, and I change this here, it's not going to reflect in the file because they're two separate things.
Environment takes argument.
These emojis were a huge miss.
Environment record. It performs
The complete opposite
called
of adding like
new module.
functionality or features to freaking.
Set env to e. Return env. ECMA International.
Do you know how useful it would be
151.
to name something here
Private environment.
and do like
A private environment
changes to thing instead of thing,
to
and have it change in the whole OS,
treasure of
and then like
coins and
you do that and you click here or something, and then it's like you go over to this file where it's like in the file,
codes. Each private
and then like the file system,
with a class
and then the actual file,
times
they're like actually synchronized,
environment
and then it acts like an actual operating system where things operate as a system.
defined in table 23. Table 20
Imagine that.
environment record fields. Field
But no. Instead, if I ever change GPU thing
private
to thing,
record or null. The
I'm gonna have to go through,
nearest containing class null
physically find the folder,
environment
or write a separate program
that is not contained in any other.
and be like, oh, I actually want this to be a thing now.
The private names declared by this class.
Like, how the hell does this not exist?
Private environment.
This is so frustrating.
The following
I'm so annoyed. Everything sucks dick.
operate upon private in
So when you change it in one place, you gotta go find it
1.
and change it everywhere else.
Outer privy and vec.
That's just how it is.
The new private
Until I get my operating system done,
privy and vec.
and everyone's gonna be like, oh fuck,
Or null. And
wow,
private environment
why am I using this old OS?
forms the
This thing is awesome.
names be
This fixes so many things,
environment record.
so many broken links with files.
2. 1. 2.
Man, this live text feature is awesome.
ENV. Identify
But no,
the abstract
modern OS,
of
all this shit,
fire text
stuck.
privy
In the 1950s,
environment record and identifier.
okay, now
Return.
I'm done complaining.
It performs the following steps when called let names be privy and v for each private name pn of
So I gotta find a symbol, tag that stuff.
then I return pn cert
Look at the time scheduler stuff in place.
turn resolve private identifier outer privy and v identifier point
That's the plan, nothing goes to plan. Plans suck.
ma.
Plans are dumb, there's no point in making plans.
Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMA script global environment, all of the ECMA script code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the fields specified in Table 24, 52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 24, realm record fields, field name, agent signifier, intrinsics, global object, global env, template map, an object or undefined value, an agent signifier, a record whose field names are intrinsic keys and whose values are objects, a global environment record, a list of records with fields, a template literal parse node, and v, an array, f, the agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the g, global environment for this realm, meaning the intrinsic values used by code associated with this realm, a list of records with fields are a string and A module record. Note 1: once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list. Anything default value is undefined. Note 2: as mentioned in host load imported module 16.2.1.8. Note 1: in realm records is only used when running an import expression in a context where there is no active script or module field reserved for use by hosts that need to associate additional information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately for each realm using its realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated alu is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9.3.1 create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns a realm record. It performs the following steps when called: let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec. Set realm rec to agent signifier. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to a new empty list. Return realm rec. ECMA International 2024 153 9.3. 2. Create intrinsics. Realm rec. The abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called: set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function steps: length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype, where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function's length property. Slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots. And prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform add restrict. Add function properties. Realm rec. Return unused, 3.3 set realm global object. Realm rec. Global obj. This value. The abstract operation set realm global object takes arguments realm rec, a realm record, global obj, an object or undefined, and this value, an object or undefined, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called: if global obj is undefined, then A. let intrinsics be realm rec. B. set global obj to ordinary object create intrinsics. Assert global obj is an object. If this value is undefined, set this value to global obj. Set realm rec to global obj. Let new global env be new global environment. Global obj. This value. Set realm rec to new global env. Return unused, 3.4 set default global bindings. Realm rec. The abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called:
I'm surprised Safari didn't crash yet. Running strudel, repel, whatever, repo, whatever it's called. Lakes, I don't know, whatever. Like Safari's out of date, then it might be slightly more stable. But then Chrome runs off parts of Safari. So I don't know, whatever. Everything's stupid. I gotta get to this stuff, so I gotta rename this stuff. Just get this stuff. Can I use a squirrel emoji? That'd be kind of cool. Or is that not supported? It's chatbot. Because I don't want to find the emoji. It's called squirrel emoji. Or people call it the squirrel, but it's a fucking chipmunk. It's not a squirrel. Like clearly, 100%, obviously not a squirrel. People must be blind. Oh, it's a squirrel. No, it's a chipmunk. If you ever want to know the moon cycles, get a pet flying squirrel. And you will know. Squirrels live like 15 years. They live very long. And flying squirrels, they're obsessed with the moon. So if you get a flying squirrel to eat at night, and you're gonna know every fucking moon cycle. Because that's when squirrels want to play. Well, flying squirrels. And if you don't have a squirrel, if you have a flying squirrel and it's not getting moonlight, that's gonna be one depressed, sad squirrel. I think they can't see or something. They absorb moonlight, unlike their stomach, and then that reflects and it can see. I didn't even know that until after my squirrel died. I was just like, why does this animal have a weird obsession with the moon? Because, like, she'd be in her cage, and you shut the cage, you walk away, and she's, like, freaking out, like, oh my god. And then, like, we move the cage in front of the window, whatever. It's like she's happy. And then you move the cage somewhere else in the house. She gets all upset about it. It's like, why is flying squirrel upset? I open the window. Does the squirrel want to see outside? What the hell does the squirrel want? And at some point you're like, oh, it's the moon. And the squirrel comes out when the moon comes up. So if you want to, like, know just naturally when the moon cycles are, get a pet flying squirrel. And they can stay awake at night really fucking late because they're nocturnal animals. A nocturnal animal means it's awake at night. So if you didn't know that, yeah. I need to get on a squirrel. So flying squirrels, obsessed with the moon. What's a southern flying squirrel? That might make a difference. Because there's like weird, giant, bat-looking squirrels. In like other countries, those are like not squirrels. They're like weird, creepy animals with giant wings. They look like death. It says not exactly obsessed. Yeah, no, they are. I think they'll die if they don't get enough moonlight. Southern flying squirrels are nocturnal and very sensitive to moonlight, which affects their activity. They are strictly nocturnal. Almost all activity happens at night. Their eyes adapt to low light, letting them see well in darkness. Adjust their foraging based on moonlight. Full moon nights, they may be less active because predators, owls, snakes can see them more easily. New moon or dark nights, they're more active, foraging freely. So it's not a fascination with the moon. Does chatbot not know? But their behaviors indirectly, no, it's direct. Man, this thing is so dumb. Indirectly influenced by lunar light. They live in tree cavities along glide between trees, activity peak early night. It says they're not moon obsessed. They're nocturnal and sensitive to moonlight. You know what? I've seen tons of dumb stuff. And chatbot is one of them. This is the dumbest shit. Squirrels use moonlight. Or they absorb. Moonlight with on their underbelly. The white fluffy. The weirdest shit ever. These are not squirrels. These are like aliens. And they live forever. And by the time they die, it's like, really, you're gonna die on me? After like 15 years? Now you're gonna die? I get a squirrel. It's like, they're, you know those glow-in-the-dark things? Their belly literally glows in the dark like that, but it's like infrared. So they absorb moonlight on their belly. And as they run around, their eyes see infrared, and they can see the moonlight. So if you have a flying squirrel, it's not getting moonlight. I don't know. It's actually really difficult to figure out. It's like, what the hell? Why is the squirrel freaking out at night? I gotta put it in front of the window. And then the moon, that's what it is? And then they go up on the cage, they spread out, and they go like this in the cage. Like that. And then they aim their bellies at the moon. And they absorb like a little charging station. After 30-40 minutes, they jump down, they run around a little bit. Then they get back up and they go they stick themselves to the cage and they absorb the moon. Like a little heat lamp or whatever. And that's probably why they're so white and fluffy underneath. And the chatbot doesn't know that. They can't even program. So squirrels absorb moonlight on their white, fluffy underbelly. Question mark. Unless my squirrel just had a moon fetish, and the squirrel's getting off and absorbing moonlight. What? Not literally. Yes, they do. Reflects some ambient light, making slightly brighter under moonlight. Passive reflection, not absorption. I don't know about that. Reflected belly, help, blah blah blah. They don't use moonlight as energy. It says not by charging up under the moon. Really? No, that's literally what these things do. It's weird as fuck. Like a little like there's some Hot Wheel cars that glow in the dark. Like they fucking like charge up and then they run around and they charge up again.
Reveals how they fluoresce, absorbing moonlight in one color and emitting it in another.
Chatbot doesn't know shit.
It's believed that their glow-in-the-dark bellies act like beacons, so they can see their friends at night and follow them all the way back to where they're safe and warm. Flying squirrels glow. Filming in ultraviolet reveals.
Okay, so it literally absorbs fucking moonlight. So Chatbot is a dumb piece of shit designed by a fucking thief.
This animal has one of the most unique abilities among mammals. Meet the flying squirrel, the cute flying rodent.
It's a marmot, I think. Calling a squirrel a rodent. What would Chatbot know? Oh, it's Chatbot anyways. How do you spell marmot? Oh no, they are rodent. Yeah. Okay, I guess they're rodents. Prairie dogs. Those are marmots? This website sucks. It's loading an ad probably. Using a less powerful model. If the powerful model doesn't know about squirrels, I don't know what the other ones are gonna know. Not much more. Or less. How do you spell prairie dogs? These are not marmots either. Oh, they are marmot? But with nuance. See, prairie dogs are ground squirrels. Oh, ground squirrels. Hold on. In the marmot tribe, which also includes marmots, groundhog, and other large squirrels. It's by size. It's not by... Man, science is dumb. Everything is dumb. I need to get something done.
Scientifically known as Pteromaini, is a tribe of 50 species of squirrels in the family Sciuridae. Despite their name, they are not capable of full flight, in the same way as birds or bats. Instead, they are able to glide through the air, using a furred parachute-like skin membrane that stretches from wrist to ankle, and a long tail to provide stability and control.
And they do that, and they charge in the moonlight. Like a fucking battery. And then they can't really see very well. Well, I don't know. I didn't realize until I found out. Like after she died, Squirrel. Any of this was whatever. I just thought, the hell is this weird? Moonlight and squirrels, what the fuck? And then it's a thing, I'm like, oh shit. Oh, it makes so much sense now. I guess I'm done. I'm so tired of everything. And squirrels, they don't know how to open a walnut. You gotta like teach them how to open a walnut. Because they don't know something's in there. And so you like crack one open and they're like, oh shit, there's food in there. Like there's a difference between like intelligence and like was it like people say like memory's tied with the DNA and they're like programmed. No, the animals, they're intelligent. They're not just born knowing shit. I wish people were born knowing how to program or how to make a product that fucking works. That'd be great. But it doesn't work like that. And most people, they don't even have learning disabilities. And they still make garbage. And everybody else has to use it. And we all suffer with overly priced crap. And it's called development hell. Because it's a literal hell. Alright, well this build, can I build with the chipmunk emoji? If I can, that's like the smallest, tiniest win. Please build. That'd actually be kind of cool. Define. Dang it. Football. Alright, so now rename this stuff. Hopefully the squirrel works. And chipmunk. I can do Control F. Find all of them. And be able to like read and be like, oh, this is clearly tied to the GPU stuff or the device stuff for the graphics pipeline or the sound pipeline or the keyboard pipeline or the mouse pipeline. Just call everything a pipeline because that's what the Vulkan API does. Everything's pipeline. Everything's a descriptor too. It's pipelines, descriptors, and then there's sets. There's sets of pipeline descriptors, descriptor pipeline set descriptors of descriptor sets with multiple sets for pipelines, pipeline layout, set descriptor pipeline layout. Man, this API. Portability, sure. Naming convention, terrible. Horrible. World's worst. One of the worst. You know what, it's not the worst. There's worse APIs. This is maybe like a D. Or a C minus. Okay, a C. It's not that bad, but it does freaking suck ass. This is build. Please build. Scroll test 1. Scroll test in name to label. Oh my god. Yes. That's kind of cool. What's the opposite of squirrel? Maybe cat? Do they have cat emojis? They have cat faces. The opposite of a squirrel isn't formally defined. Neither is a functional modern operating system. It's just called an operating system. It doesn't really operate. And it's definitely not a system. You can mean another small mammal with a very different behavior. People think of something more solitary or predatory like a cat. Yeah, no, it's just saying what I said. Okay, here's a cat. Like mouse versus cat, squirrel. Sure, make a bunch of emojis. I'll just freaking use them for find replace. Well, this is kind of fun now. No, I'm not so grumpy. Just kidding, everything sucks. Oh, there's a fish. This is such a waste of characters. Snake. A full forest backyard ecosystem emoji. Sure, do that too. Chatbot can't program. Maybe you could do this. Let it do what it does best, which is nothing. Wow. Impressive. Squirrels can eat a fox if they're hungry. Squirrels eat meat. Wow, that's so impressive. Look how advanced AI is. That's just so impressive. Very impressive. Yes, indeed. No wonder I can't program. At least it can make like emoji maps. So the cat's probably easiest to see because it's like bright yellow. The fox. Green's pretty visible. I wonder if it stole this from a website. This. And there's some website that no one visits. And they could be getting a page view, but they're not. Because Chatbot took it and said, oh, it's fair use. And then someone that wants like a little like chart of like the ecosystem on someone's website, they're never gonna find that website because they're just using Chatbot. And Chatbot, it doesn't give credit for shit. So that's nice to know. I feel kind of guilty using Chatbot because it's like no one gets credit for shit. Someone probably actually made a website with this on it. This like forest backyard ecosystem. Maybe like a class project for like children. Or maybe it's from like a kid's textbook or something, like a science book. About owls. Because that's the main one on the left. Man, OpenAI is shit. This company is terrible. Oh, it's just fair use. Oh, no, it's not. It's stealing. So name things with the cat. And then name with the squirrel. I actually kind of like the snake. The fox is also pretty cool. Oh, I hate programming. Man, Unicode encoding has to be one of the worst. Holy crap. It has multiple encodings for the same thing. Just wow. What a mess. This might be a mistake. This might corrupt the file. Oh well. It's a mistake to use the modern operating system anyways. Like, what more could you expect? What I mean, like literally. Just like, this is like 13 years since this Linux kernel. It's been like 13 years, this hasn't been fixed. And they're like, you know what? This might not actually affect anything other than the visual in time, which is probably why they didn't fix it. Either way, it's been like 13 years since they fixed, or said they had to fix this. So, will this, whatever this is, bug, with inodes be fixed before 2030? Probably not. I mean, 2310? Probably not. Technology software is like subpar. It's not fair to developers or to people who have to like buy things that developers make, because they end up overpriced because you gotta like deal with all this crap. It's not fair. It's like bull crap, like literal crap. Do these ones do that too? No, they don't. So the squirrel is a special one. I hit backspace on a squirrel, and I get this. And with the fox. What's the fox make? Nothing. The snake? Nothing. Only the squirrel. So it's not even consistent. So what? Did the squirrel emoji exist at like the beginning of whoever came up with Unicode? Is there? This is probably a 3 byte or a 2 byte. And this is 1 byte less. So the extra byte at the end, or the beginning. That's weird. But it specifies whatever. Well, what kind of squirrel is there other than this? Like, why does it need to be styled? Is it like a purple squirrel? Or is it just like wasted on nothing? Or nothing represents that symbol? This one's chipmunk. Does this one not have a name? It's two symbols. Wait. Unicode is multi-base? Oh my god. How did I not run across that yet? This is not multi-base. Why did it just say two bases? It's not multi-base, okay. Does this map to it? Oh, nothing does. Dot bit set, so the whole thing's a negative. Okay, never mind. I don't know why. Unicode. they did this. They should just use bits. Set the top bit. There's probably some other encoding that uses the top bit. So there's not. Because they do use 1, 0. Or one's 1. They should just hit a 1, 2, 3. And save on 1 bit. And then not even like overlap with old 256-bit charcode table. Don't even do this shit. That's just a mess. To like mix it up with like, oh, Unicode and the original characters, they all exist. This is like an extension with the top bit set. Ah, everything's subpar. Wait, the entire code point changes. It's 1F, 4, 3F. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna avoid the squirrel emoji. If it can split into 2 emojis like this, that's a mistake waiting to happen. Like it's gonna happen on accident at some point. They'll end up with like 2 different emojis, where one's almost the same as the other, but they're not the same thing. If I do Control F on this, oh my god, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm not gonna use the squirrel emoji. It's 2026, and software is stuck in the 1950s. Ba, ba, ba. Makes no sense. Everything sucks balls. They make an amazing song. Not really. Everything sucks. Do these work? Please just work. Well, that's a bummer. No squirrel. Here's the cat, then the fox. The fox is easier to see. There's this first. replace every single place that's word mesh that's related to the GPU mesh or related to GPU and tag the GPU in the mesh. Where the heck did it? There it is. Let's do that. Is it raining outside? It's either a storm or a plane. If it's raining, I might as well end the stream. I'm gonna check. Odds are power's gonna go out, transformer's gonna blow, something's gonna happen. So, it's like really, really fucking windy. It's not even raining. I gotta like rename mesh to something else in between, so I don't find the same thing more than once. This is I've gotten nothing done other than realize what I gotta do, and every solution sucks. So I'm gonna stick with this method. Use this cat emoji and then the fox emoji. I don't even know. I got like files open they don't necessarily want to show because someone might copy it. Not now, but maybe later. This isn't even done. It's not fully running yet. So I'm like, this is just so boring. I'm like work on this offline, whatever. There's no point streaming this. This is so boring. Plus, I gotta like close some stuff I don't want open. And stream again, whatever. So I'm gonna use Cat emoji. 90% of programming it's not in programming. It's bookkeeping. Freaking planning. Real-time coding. Yes, totally. Peace. It's gonna take hours to do. I've had these stupid boxes for way too long. I just want to like render something other than a flat, plain box. I had this stuff renamed. Everything sucks.